tonight to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Officer.
Boy, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh! You wanna get sued?
Judgment, Officer.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a-running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love him when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative, and it's so good to see all you guys tonight. Good to see little Miss Sharon. Thank you for hitting the like button, and Cinderella. Little Miss Sharon, I think it's your birthday today, isn't it? Or is it tomorrow? I'm so mixed up with the Australian difference there. But I also saw Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom. Good to see you, as well as GA64 and Linda D. And then I also saw WV Holler Girl as well. Hey Sasha, good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see all of you guys tonight. I have a really good show for you tonight, I think, because I'm bringing in oh, thank you, Linda D, for the super sticker. How sweet of you. Thank you. Wow. Because I'm bringing in Dr. Gary and for those of you, I know a lot of you guys watch The Lab, so it's Josh with The Lab, and he has Dr. Gary and Chris McDoungh on his panel. So both really great perspectives. Like, I was really blown away, and I had to kind of listen to this a few times. Hey, Borna honey, a few times just to kind of really understand a lot of what they were saying. They brought up interesting points that I don't think I've ever heard anyone bring up before. So let me know if you have heard some of these theories or if you watched this. And of course, mods, if you will drop Josh's link, he is awesome. Okay, today here is the 17th. Well, happy birthday. Oh my goodness. I need to get you on a video. And I know WB Holla Girl too had a birthday yesterday. So happy birthday to all of you guys. But yeah, it's going to be a good show. Now, it was a 3-hour live. So what I did was I just kind of, because there's so much good information I really want to kind of go over with you guys. Where's my gum, Sasha? You know, that I really want to kind of like pick apart their analysis a little bit with you. So we'll do the second half tomorrow. Borna honey. So yeah, we'll do that. We'll do the second half tomorrow. But this half is, you know, jam-packed with good information and different theories that I'm just not. Thanks, Linda. That I am not even, like, I haven't even thought of some of the things that they brought up, I guess I should say. So I was impressed, obviously, with this. And I think that you guys will be too. I think you'll like some of the topics that are brought up. And, you know, hopefully, you know, we can figure some of this out. Because, again, it's a lot of just, you know, an expert opinion. So Dr. Gary, and we'll go into his credentials, or he'll say them, but you know, he's familiar with the medical aspect of this mentally. You know, he has written books, so a really reliable source in my opinion. And then Chris McDoungh, he's a seasoned investigator, so he is going to put things into perspective for us as well. And one of the main topics that they talk about in this live, hey Meg, is going to be, you know, Bubba, did you fall out of the bed? You know, I mean, and that's the story that was told to Nancy Grace. But then we know that whenever it was just Seth's PI, Heather Cohen at the time, and Chris Proudfoot and Katie, she is, I mean, saying unequivocally, I told him, I don't care what you're doing in there, but you need to go to bed. And that was the story, right? But then when it came to telling Nancy Grace the story, she knew, in my opinion, Katie knew that she was going to have more questions to answer from Nancy, and that Nancy wouldn't really just let that slide, right? Well, when you heard the thud, you know, and that's the first time we heard about a thud, right? Before there was a noise in his room, and it's not uncommon for there to be noises in his room when he goes to bed. Sometimes maybe he doesn't always go to bed right away, right? And she has to tell him to go to bed, right? I don't care what you're doing in there, but go to bed. So, you know, seemed all right until she tells Nancy Grace this whole story of, Bubba, did you fall out of the bed? And then he answers back, no, ma'am. And she doesn't say, well, go to bed or anything like that, right? She left it at that. So, you know, again, just very odd. And they think so as well. You know, I was very surprised. I don't think Dr. Gary knew as much as Chris McDoungh, and you know, just let me know what you guys think in the comments, of course, or in the chat. But I mean, it seems to me like, you know, Dr. Gary kind of came into it not really knowing a lot about Sebastian's case. This interview is from May 15th, or I'm sorry, this live is from May 15th, 2024. I got bit up. I went outside tonight and I got bit up, guys, just so I'm like very itchy. But yes, so that is what we're going to be looking at. So everybody on the panel has a different pace or place in the Sebastian Rogers case at this point. So Josh is, of course, maybe the most knowledgeable when it comes to the case. And then you have Chris McDoungh, who knows a little bit more than Dr. Gary, who's kind of coming in, just watching the clips that Josh is going to play. So we'll just get it started because I have quite a few clips. Okay, here we go.
We have Dr. Gary, a forensic psychologist and a fantastic author of The New Evil. Yeah, such a great book. If you have not picked that up, you can do so on Amazon and any other major bookstore near you. And Chris McDoungh, homicide detective extraordinaire with a solvability rate north of 90%, which is hard to do, especially these days, because you got to get out there and you got to pound on the doors. You got to hunt them down. And that's what, I used to ask you, Chris. I said, how did you have so much success, during when you were working cases? And you just said, it's just old fashioned police work.
I didn't have Google.
Yeah. Yeah. Did you have a Rolodex?
I did.
You did? Could you get through it fast with your fingers?
You will be surprised with how many crimes you can solve if you know how to talk to people.
Sure. No question about it. And Dr. Gary, how are you tonight? I'm really excited to have you here as well, because you, for one, are a doctor who treats autistic people. And you have some expertise in that area, correct?
I do indeed. I would say about 1/3 of the large caseload I have in private practice is to work with individuals who are on the spectrum to varying degrees. I have worked with severe autism, and I have worked with people that have mild, what you might call high functioning autism. In the forensic world, you occasionally encounter people on the spectrum, but there is a very low relationship between people who are on the spectrum and committing violence. Although in the rare occasion when it happens, it can be very spectacular in terms of the enormity or the horror of it, because of the mechanical detachment that there can be from the humanity of the victims. That can be part of that, but it is very rare. Usually they are among the most lovely and harmless people in the world. They're far more likely to be victims of violence or victims of accidental events because of the high tendency to wander off and things like that. But we'll get to that.
Absolutely, and we're very excited to hear everything that you have to say about this. And the case, obviously, over the last about 80 days now has become how a lot of these cases get when there's no updates. There's a vacuum and a lot of things get inserted, family drama, beefs with, individuals, creators, the news, and all that has happened, and mudslinging and things like that. And I don't want to wade too much into those waters, but I do want to set up the kind of, I would say, backstory or the platform of what's going on here. And so we'll listen to an interview here shortly, but the crux of this is that Sebastian Rogers, 15 years old, went missing from his home. He was last seen, I don't remember the exact date in February, but I know. So what happens is 9 o'clock, they're out during the day. Stepdad claims he's not home. Okay. That he's at work somewhere. None of that's verified, by the way. He says it, and it may be true. We just don't know. Sometimes when there's crimes committed, and I'm not saying that Chris Proudfoot's doing this, but people tend to lie sometimes. So you never know where the truth lies here. But the fact of the matter is, he was last seen and last with his mother, Katie. She goes to bed. She sends him to bed about 9 o'clock. And she hears a thud around 10, which I find fascinating. A thud, like a loud thud.
Okay.
And well,
let me just, because you're going to notice right away. I have to pause a million times because these little details are very important. As I always say, quoting Sherlock Holmes, there's nothing more important than trifles. Had he ever wandered off before?
No, and that's a thing that she has said. He's not a runner. That's kind of her mantra. He's not a runner. He's never ran off before.
I think would be the term most people use with autism. Is you say,
what's that?
Person elopes.
Yeah, no, she doesn't use that term. But yeah, tell me about that. What is that?
Well, some people estimate that up to 50% of people on the spectrum have a proclivity to elope, which simply means to wander off, to feel kind of like you're boxed in and you don't want to be there. So when nobody's looking, if you're not supervised, if there aren't proper guardrails around, you'll stroll out of the house.
Okay, guys, so they're going to get into more about the eloping aspect of this. And just keep in mind, this interview or this live stream, hey, Kiki, was May 15th, 2024. So pretty early on in the case, pretty early on. We can just safely say that. So Dr. Gary is a forensic psychologist. He has a book called The New Evil, right? So I need to go check that out. I love to read. So available on Amazon. Chris McDoungh is a homicide detective with a solve rate of 90%, which is pretty damn good in my opinion. I don't know what other people's stats are out there, but I think that's pretty good. So really, really reliable sources here, in my opinion. So Dr. Gary says that he has a private practice and he's worked with children, individuals on the autism spectrum, right? And we know that, there can be severe forms of autism, all the way through to mildly autistic. For lack of a better way to say it, right? But he says in the forensic world, he doesn't see very many people, and we'll just generalize it there, because Sebastian was 15 when he went missing. So, and he still was at the time of this interview. But he says that typically you won't see people on the spectrum committing crimes, right? Or taking people's lives because obviously he's a forensic psychologist. So he says it's more likely that they're going to be, you're going to see patients that are victims of crimes in that space. And then he said that, when you do see someone who commits, a very heinous crime that's on the spectrum, you will see more of like a mechanical detachment. So because they don't make the connection, some of the people on the spectrum don't make that connection, right, with humanity and things like that. But like I am not surprised to hear that it's a very low amount of people that he sees in that capacity. So anyone that I've ever worked with on the spectrum, I can't ever think of them ever committing a crime. It's not to say that they're perfect or by any means. Some people can be really ornery and it's kind of funny. But I'll just say that in my experience, the people that I've dealt with that were on the spectrum were kind, caring, compassionate people, right? But we're all people, we're all human, we all make mistakes. So I just thought that was really interesting, coming from the doctor's perspective and kind of laying it out for us, how he has seen people in that capacity. Kiki says, Lady Freedom, I sent an email to Mayor Glenn Jacobs. Fingers crossed. Awesome. Thank you, Kiki. That's wonderful. Oh, that's fantastic. Yeah, I am so glad. And, I heard they won't take emails from out of state, some of the people. So I was trying to figure out ones that would allow for that. great. That is wonderful. Meg says, I give Josh so much crap, but I secretly love him even when he's a grump ass. Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, this was just a really good interview, and I can't believe I never watched it, because I watched several of Josh's lives on Sebastian, and I'm so surprised I never saw this. So you're not trying to elope with Josh. That's funny. I know, and most of the time I would hear like eloping, I would think of like someone going off and getting married together, That's kind of what I thought of eloping. But they use it quite frequently in this case. Seclusion Work says, and some of us are mad scientists and extremely brilliant lady. Yeah, I get into mad scientist mode all the time with this case. I just like start thinking about things, and then I'm like going back to interviews and trying to find the exact clip that goes with whatever they're talking about. There was a few that came to mind tonight, but like I said, I really wanted to focus on what the topics that they're bringing up, because like I said, many of these topics we've never discussed, and many of these topics I've never even considered. Like, obviously, if somebody is on the spectrum, what that would look like to a forensic psychologist, for example. I've never thought of that. So really interesting stuff. The family drama, the beefs with creators, right? Mudslinging, the smear campaigns, like we've seen it all in this case, especially now that we're, over a year and a half and Sebastian's been missing. So we've really seen all of that. Even today, someone like sent me a clip of an idiot creator, and I'm not trying to start a beef, but like they said that Seth didn't pass the polygraph test. Like, really, they still push this crap. And they can say whatever they want, but it's just like, it's so tired, like, I mean, that's stupid. That's really dumb. And, I just said last night that I didn't agree with Seth when he said, people are so dumb. But I mean, like, that to me is so dumb. Not necessarily if they get something wrong, right? Like, because obviously this case has a lot of twists and turns. But I mean, something like that was on Nancy Grace, and you're a creator that you're saying you're following the Sebastian Rogers case this whole time, and you never saw that. We're going to play it tonight, of course. I have to. I have no choice. But it's like Nancy Grace paid a guy from the FBI to do the test. I mean, it's not like she knows Seth or anything like that. And she says the trolls were chiming in. And of course they are. But I mean, even up until this point, people are getting those major details wrong and then blaming Seth. And it's absolutely, it's stupid. Like, I don't know any other way to say it. It's dumb. And so now, hey, Seth, now I have to retract my statement from last night and say, okay, yeah, people are dumb. People are dumb. Because it's like, it's been out there though. I mean, and this all happened around the same time period too. So oddly enough, Josh is Live, May 15th, Nancy Grace, that one aired May 25th. And then during that time too, Chris Proudfoot talked to K9 Jules and about the polygraph specifically. So, it's just kind of all the same time frame, but that was so long ago that people should know by now that, yeah, that's all been confirmed. Now again, and I'll go into it in the video, but it's 5 questions, 13 questions, 3.5 hours worth of questions. To me, I think that there is a major disconnect on that, because if you only give somebody 13 questions and 5 questions, that was basically there. You know, I mean, I don't know where Chris was. We don't have an alibi for him, but he was definitely on the phone with Katie. And, you know, Josh makes that point, and it's a great point. Hey, Damaris, good to see you. So, you know, it's a good point. I mean, I can't argue that point. We just still don't know where Chris was. And if it was me, I would definitely should be showing time cards. And that's all I could really say, because I wouldn't want anybody to think that I had anything to do with it. So I would just show the cards and be done with it and say, you know, if you stupid people don't believe me or don't whatever, then I can't help you. You know what I mean? And that's kind of, I'm sure, what Seth does in some capacity. But when I hear about it, I'm like, oh gosh, this is why I won't watch, you know, other perspectives, because it's just, they're just completely wrong. And then I get frustrated. So the little details are very important. Dr. Gary says the little details are very important, kind of like a Sherlock Holmes, right? Which I thought that was funny. But it's true. It's like, if we look, especially now that this case hasn't been solved, what else can we do besides go back to the beginning and just pick it apart, right? Just kind of look at it again and again, see if we can, you know, what little details that we missed. And I think that there's a lot when you go back, and even, like I said, different people's perspective when it comes to a professional perspective, that was interesting to me, because I've never thought about these things before. And, you know, and then we know that people that are on the spectrum are very vulnerable, right? And so they might need extra assistance, and, you know, in other cases they don't need as much, but we just are seeing, you know, even from hearing from Dr. Gary, that he has dealt with individuals who have had trauma and different things that have happened to them because they're more vulnerable. And so that perspective was very, very important when we're thinking about a mom and a son, and him being in the house and him falling out of the bed, or she thinks he fell out of the bed, or whatever story that we could even come up with. I mean, there was a noise in the room, but she didn't check, right? Even if we go to the original story, there was a noise in the room, but she didn't check on him. There's just really good perspective. And then also getting into, you know, the fact that Sebastian never kind of ran off before. So it's not like he would get overstimulated, or because something happened. Like Dr. Gary brings up a TV show that he's used to watching every single day, and it's not, they took it off the air, so it's not coming on. You know, again, those are kind of things that can really disrupt somebody's day, and then maybe they would take off, right? Because it's just it's too much, right? It's like overstimulated. And he says that that's a lot of the times what causes that reaction for someone on the spectrum. But it's interesting to taking that perspective, and then also standing in Katie's shoes, right? Because I'm trying to do that as like a mom, and then also as a caregiver, or, you know, even at any capacity. Because if, say I was babysitting for someone, you know, and their parents work late, and so they're in the bedroom, and, you know, I told them to go to sleep an hour ago, or they told me they were going to sleep an hour ago, according to Katie. Sebastian says, you know, he's going to bed, kisses mom goodnight, da da da. And, you know, just say I heard a noise in there, I would go look just to make sure, right? I mean, so it's just, even putting myself in a caregiver position, I would still think that you would look, and you would say something. And I think that's kind of why she added that in, because I don't think Nancy would have bought that crap. I think she would have said, you know, she would have had some follow-up questions. We'll just put it that way. Just like when the thud happened, you know, she says, oh, you know, there was a thud there. Nancy wasn't buying it. You know, she had follow-ups. Seth says I would travel even further back. Oh, sorry. Hold on. Let me get back up a little bit more. Yeah, Seth, and we're definitely doing that here. We talked about what you had asked, and he says, please hand out more flyers. Yeah. And, that's the awareness that we can bring. And you'd be surprised how many people don't know. I talked to a neighbor today that actually did know about Sebastian's case, though, so that was pretty cool. Good to see you too, Damaris. Good to see you. Kiki says, Seth, I sent an email to Mayor Glenn Jacobs. Please get the word out about Sebastian. Yeah, Kiki, that's so awesome. If Clegg's theorem on time travel were a reality, I would travel back to that night to witness the key events. Oh, and buy a lottery ticket, right? Seclusion, right? Hey, I'll throw in with you on that lottery ticket. Okay, so that makes sense. As Seth says, and I travel back even further. Yeah, I mean, because that's the problem, right? And I can see why you would think that way, Seth, and feel that way, is because it's something that, I mean, going back, there are events, major events that were happening, right? Not just, and that's what makes me feel like there was some sort of a snowball effect, right? I mean, it was just gathering snow until it was this huge ball, right? Hi, Twists and Turns. Good to see you. Kiki says, in my opinion, also, lady, I went back over Nancy's interview. Sounds like someone is in the camper with them. It is so loud in the camper, Kiki. It really is. There was a couple of weird moments in that live where you could hear someone shuffling things around or something. And it's just like, when Nate gets up in the morning, I'll usually hop off if I'm not, if I'm still on, because, you can hear the coffee maker, the mics, will pick up everything. So you can hear like the creak in the floor when, someone's walking, anything. And then the dogs, pause and stuff. And so you just hear everything. And yeah. And then also whenever the police car comes by, I think they thought they might have been pinched, live on Nancy Grace. But yeah, I agree. And there was a lot of people that had mentioned that. And then also at the camper, I don't know if they switched them or not. I can't say definitively, but it's kind of odd that the campers didn't look the same. KP is handling something to someone, in my opinion. Yeah, well, and she also does this snap of like a like a compact. It sounded like a little snap. And one of the times she was asked, and I can't remember which question it is right now. Maybe it was about them leaving, but she snaps the thing and puts it down. It was really weird. I don't know if you heard that. It was loud. There was a lot of noises. It was the CP's mom. I think it was possibly it was CP's mom. I mean, she doesn't seem to let him go anywhere without his milk. Oh my gosh. Okay, guys. So let's watch this next clip.
And there have been a number of cases that I've heard of or have been asked about, like in a consultation situation, where an autistic child is missing, and it turns out that they've wandered off and accidentally been hurt, or there was even less commonly, they wandered off and then were taken advantage of by somebody who opportunistically found them. But there is a very high rate of wandering off with kids on the spectrum. The problem is you don't start doing it when you're 15. It's a proclivity that would kind of start young. You'd learn right away. And what happens is some people are so frightened that it's going to happen that they turn the house into like a fortress. They have, like you would have with an infant, gates that block the door so the person can't get out, things like that. They protect against the child eloping. But it is interesting that somebody would suddenly elope at 15. That's a little odd.
Well, and it's been noted that he wasn't actually diagnosed with autism until later, but I believe within the last couple of years, really, that there was an actual diagnosis. I mean, and I don't know how. I don't know his diagnosis other than that he is diagnosed. When I've talked to Seth Rogers, father of Sebastian, he claims that you can have just a normal, regular conversation with Sebastian, that there are some tics and some anxieties and
Sure.
things like that, but he's not helpless, which is how it was sort of. And I'm not saying that Chris and Katie made it this way, but it did seem at the beginning when we were talking about this case that he seemed a little more. They made it seem like he was a little more helpless, and
Right.
so they kind of have differing opinions on how
Right.
he functions.
Well, one very important thing to understand about the phenomenology of the autism spectrum is that it has a lot to do with finding the sensory world, the sensorium, overwhelming. For example, higher functioning autists might say, the reason I have trouble with eye contact is that it's too much sensory information, or the reason I stay away from people is it's too taxing because I can't read them or whatever. So you get these little insights. And what happens sometimes with kids who elope is that there's something in the environment that's overwhelming them, like people are arguing, or there's too much noise, or there's been a change, like someone is not home that needs to be home, or someone is dating someone new, or their favorite TV show is ripped off the air and they watched it every single day at the same time. And there's something about that whole thing of being overwhelmed by change or the sensorium that can make the person wander off and just want to be somewhere, and I've had clients that do things like that, when they're overwhelmed. Like I remember a person who always needed to sit under a particular piece of furniture, that it was like where you would always find him, or go into a closet because it was soothing, right? And sometimes the person will wander out and just say, it's weird, we don't know where he is, and then you find him under a car, or like they've wandered to the playground and they're hiding, under something in the playground. But there's just a kind of a safe place that they sometimes like to go. And sometimes it's an intellectual curiosity, getting out and wandering around because you feel like you're caged and you're bored and, you're just looking around. Right. And but it's very unfortunate because it's just such a dangerous. When someone is lower on the spectrum of autism, they can wander into very dangerous scenarios where they can be taken. And but I have seen that. Chris, I'm sure you've seen that too, where a child wanders off and there's an accidental death or something like that, right?
Yeah. I mean, typically it's, something that they fall into, or,
right,
something, that kind of situation.
Water or fire. The problem is that, and I'm not casting any aspersions, I'm just saying it's interesting, is that for the sake of imagination here, thought experiment, imagine one had a child that was on the spectrum, and for whatever reason, one wished to eliminate that child. Because elimination murder is a construct I coined. It's a term I've coined. Well, almost invariably with those domestic situations, there's a phony cover story. And if one had a child on the spectrum, what better story than he wandered off and we don't know where he is? And that bothers me, that you always have to keep that horrible idea in your mind, sort of in the corner. But I have heard of things like that, using the condition of the person to explain away, right? Our brother with schizophrenia, who, you found to be a burden to take care of or difficult or whatever, has mysteriously disappeared, and you tell the police, I think he must have wandered off like always, but it could be that you actually eliminated him. It's disturbing, but I wonder, because I want everybody in the audience to understand here that I have intentionally come into this unprepared. I want my responses to you to be pretty natural. And I want you to walk through this with me like I'm completely blind. And I think you guys know this case more intimately. But I just want to put it out there that the starting point for me has to be accident, gone terribly haywire, or some domestic horror story where there's a cover story of a child wandering. I mean, that seems to be a fair starting point.
Yeah.
And we'll go from there.
Okay, yeah, and I mean, nobody wants to think that, right? Nobody wants to think it is a horrible domestic horror story, right? Because I mean, that would be highly disturbing to think that someone would use Sebastian's condition against him in any way. In any way. I mean, but we've heard the way that his stepfather talks about him. So there's that. So wandering off, you know, when someone's on the spectrum, if they wander off, they could get hurt, they could get taken advantage of. So typically when a child does this, right, and you have a child who does this, hey, SI officer, you know, you're gonna turn your house into a fortress, right? You'll put alarms on the doors and windows just to make sure if somebody does try to leave, you can hear it. You'll be even awoken in your sleep, right? Because you can't watch someone 24 hours a day. I understand that. But if you know that this child has a proclivity to kind of wander off into dangerous situations, then you would take the necessary precautions to protect them against that, right? And so, because you know that they could, you know, some children could get like an intellectual curiosity, like Dr. Gary was saying, and say like wander off to water where they feel comfortable, because the coping mechanism seems to be that they find a place that's safe, that they find safe, right? Soothing, comforting. You know, they have that wherewithal. But then if you're on the spectrum a little bit lower, you could just kind of wander into more dangerous situations. And that's what I was thinking to begin with Sebastian. I thought, did they check all the water, you know, any of the ponds or lakes around, right? Because he may have been drawn to that. But we find out that even though he is drawn to water and he does find it very soothing, that he does know the difference between having respect for the water and fun in the water, and, you know, whether it's dangerous or not. And I don't think Sebastian at this point in the timeline, especially, that he would be the kid to go towards the water just kind of drawn to it, right? And even though it's dangerous, he's drawn to it. I don't think that, although I did in the beginning. I did. And then we talked about, you know, the later diagnosis. But Sebastian also has a rare chromosome deletion that they found out about early on, I believe, when he was born. And please correct me if I'm wrong, Seth. But yeah, so with that, there was a lot of the same kind of tendencies and behaviors that you would see on the spectrum. So it was a later diagnosis, but nevertheless, he was diagnosed with autism. And then I believe Katie said ADHD. And I don't know if that was along with the autism diagnosis, or if that was something that was thrown in to the mix, or if that's something that was, you know, present or known about. But either way, you know, I don't necessarily believe in the labels, because everybody's an individual, no matter what. Any of us, you know, it's like, yes, if we both have, say, diabetes, right? I mean, we're both going to have sugar issues, right? Where we need to watch our sugar and check it with the little machine and get the blood on there and all that. Hey, Town Chat Cafe. And, you know, that sort of thing. So, I mean, you know, those things are going to be similar, but how we process everything and how we even care for ourselves, just everything is going to be on an individual basis, right? And no two people are the same. And, you know, I really believe that. So I don't get too caught up in the labels, the diagnoses too much, because Sebastian is himself. You know, he is Sebastian, and he is who he is, right? And if we're looking for him specifically, then we really need to just focus on him, not all the other diagnoses. And I think that, like, as I said before too, early on when I didn't know as much, I was more, you know, thinking, okay, he's on the spectrum, water, you know, all of that kind of things. Or just, again, what did he like? What was his spot that he liked to go to, right? That made him feel comfortable. And I think I think it was at his dad's house that he felt very comfortable, maybe the most comfortable, in my opinion. You know. Okay, thanks, Seth. Seth says the chromosome deletion was discovered before he was even a year old. Okay, so very early. Thank you. Yeah, thanks for that clarification. And so, I mean, and I know a lot of those, hey, Holly S., those, you know, symptoms, I guess, for lack of a better way to put it, kind of cross over into autism and things like that. Hey, Valley Girl, good to see you. Thanks for those green hearts. Sebastian does look a lot like Seth, Kiki. I agree. They got the same big smile. Laura says, Laura Arnold, good to see you. Oh, well, thanks for being here, Laura. We're glad to have you. Aw, SI officer. Linda says, I've had ADHD and it's hard to deal with at times, even being a grown-up. Yeah, absolutely. Because, you know, it's hard to focus on things. You know, you have that. And it is. I mean, and then, you know, I think no two people on that spectrum, the ADHD, are the same, because some people I think are further on there, like, you know, that hyperactive and then just ADD. So, I mean, you know, but thank you for sharing that. Seth says Kiki Sebastian is a whole lot more handsome than I am. Aw. That one picture, when he's in the car and he's just, you know, kind of smiling, and everybody on the panel was just like, oh my goodness, he's so adorable. Yeah, the dimples too, SI officer, exactly. Exactly. But yeah, another thing, and I think this is, again, for everyone, right? Because, like, if you've ever been in a household where there's people fighting, like, it doesn't matter who's fighting, even if it's like the kids fighting amongst themselves, right? It's just a tense environment. And then if you're more of a person that does, like, absorb that sort of thing, like an empath, you are going to feel that more than maybe someone else in the household, right? So, like, if there's an overwhelming environment for someone who is on the spectrum, just putting it that way, it could cause them not to want to be there, and so they will leave and go somewhere else, right? Which is very normal and smart. I'm sorry, Django wants to chime in. I'm sorry, he's the loudest barker in the world. All right, let's just play another clip before Django loses it. Oh, maybe he'll stop. Okay, so, but it can be overwhelming, even when, you know, the dog is barking and you're overwhelmed, right? But I mean, if there's arguments and it's very loud, it could cause somebody to maybe want to leave, and that is the most normal, healthy thing that I've heard. That it would make me want to leave too. Dr. Gary talks about a term that he coined called elimination murder, right? And so in a domestic situation, there could be a cover story using this person's condition against them. And there could also be a situation where there is an accident that occurs, right? He's cussing at me. He's like, you shut up. You're the one talking nonstop, right? But, you know, so there could be an accidental situation and then a cover-up story because of that. So that's kind of where Dr. Gary is, because he's again, like, the one that knows the least about Sebastian's case at this point. And so he's kind of just following along and then critiquing the interview with Holly Thompson. So, you know, that's kind of where we're left with that. And, you know, I mean, obviously, at a certain point, we could probably think that either one of those is a possibility. And I don't know that I've ruled out an accident per se. I don't know that I've ruled that out because, again, like I said yesterday, I think that, Katie could have maybe not had anything to do with what actually happened in the grand scheme of things, and could have passed the polygraph because maybe she only gave him medicine, but something happened there, or when he did fall out of the bed and he hit his head, and it was not clearly nothing that Katie did. But I would still think that there would be guilt, because I don't know. And maybe I'm just a worrywart, but I would feel guilty, very guilty. So I think that might even make me fail a polygraph test. I don't know. And again, they're not admissible in court, just to kind of preface that. Town Chat Cafe says, "Lady, I'm glad that you have in-home security and he's a big, important business." That's funny. Important business to share, Yeah, he's telling me he's outside. He's like, there's somebody out there. Yeah, oh my goodness. He's so funny. He sounds like he's like this great big dog. He sounds like a Great Dane or something like that, but he's not. Linda says that he believes that he may be hidden. Yeah, that Sebastian may be hidden. Yeah, and I mean, and I don't think that I can rule that out either, but I do know that something happened at 3 a.m. I can't even really. Well, here's the thing, and don't get mad at me, guys. I shared it, but I mean, like, I don't even know if there was actual activity on her iWatch at 3 a.m. I mean, I don't know where that came from. So I'm very hesitant to jump on that piece of information, although it would explain some things. But I don't want to, like, I only want to explore the facts. And so if I let myself go down that rabbit hole, because I mean, I would think that would be some hook, line, and sinker shit for the DA, for Craddock, for anybody working the case. You have lights at 3 a.m., you have activity, her heart rate up at 3 elevated allegedly at 3 a.m., those things stacked up against somebody. I mean, there's some proof backing it up, because the iWatch is not going to lie. It's not like a glitch in the iWatch where, people are reporting that that in the morning it shows their heart rate jumping, when they're asleep. So so again, it would explain a lot. But Laura Arnold, thank you for being here, says the older Sebastian got, the more he resembled Seth, and I believe Katie started to equate him to Seth. In my opinion, she took out her hate on Sebastian. Yeah, Laura, and that is not lost on me, and I think it's because even with like little Harmony Montgomery, it was said that her father didn't appreciate her looking like her mother. And again, as disturbing as that is, that happens. It does. And I do see that like disregard for Seth's feelings. Absolutely. Yeah. He's a beagle, Kiki. He's a beagle, but he thinks he's big. I mean, he's not a nice beagle. He's mean, but but I mean, to me, he's nice, but to other people, he can. Sasha says, I don't know what the mom did, but she seems unfit from the beginning, my opinion. I think it really seems that, because if I look at old pictures, if I look at old pictures, Sasha, of Sebastian and Katie, she has a look like she's proud of to be his mom. And I mean, it's undeniable that he loved his mom. I think a big part of it was Chris, and I don't know that Katie was strong enough. And, you know, it's going to be a trigger warning. We're going to get into a little bit of it. And please be kind and respectful to Katie in the chat, guys. We don't need to say anything mean about her, like, at all, especially if we're talking about trauma. Because we are going to talk about it a little bit, because we're talking with professionals. They're going to bring up some things that we might not have thought about. So just please be kind. And, you know I don't have to tell you guys, but I just want to make that disclaimer, because I don't want anybody, you know, bad-mouthing someone for something that they have no control over. You know, we can't control what people do to us, you know, especially when we're little. So please be nice and respectful, and just realize that, you know, we're only discussing this because it was a topic of conversation brought up, you know, and again, it what's important is the dynamic. I think is what's the most important thing is the dynamic and how it could affect what Sebastian was, you know, living around his environment, right? Because if it's like I was told when I went through domestic violence counseling, if I'm not okay and I'm on an airplane and I'm losing oxygen, I need to put the mask on myself and then on my child, because I cannot put it on my child if I'm laying in the ground, right? So or, you know, there's like many adages that I could go through, you know, a boat with a hole in it, you know, can't help another boat out, whatever. I don't even know. But that was one that I remember them telling me, because, you know, as a parent, we do put our children first. But in a situation like that, you really have to also take care of yourself, and you also have to be strong minded. And it appears to me that there were ultimatums that were given to Katie where it's your son or me. And then there was this burden that I feel like they felt that Sebastian was. And I hate that, because nothing can be further from the truth. Hey, Sabrina. But when you're asked by someone, is your child a burden? You should not be the last one to answer. And that really bothered me. And it wasn't a very, very convincing, no, he's not a burden. Hey, Patty. Hey, Sammy G. So, I mean, you know, we're going to get into some of the tough subjects tonight. But again, you know, just know it's more to kind of figure out what Sebastian was going through, who you know, who was protecting him in that house, and why maybe there was a failure there. Because I think it's important. But okay, so here is number 3.
Chris, on the investigative side of it, you get called out to a missing child or missing teenager. Somebody calls you and you go there and you're saying, you know, they obviously one of the first things that they'll bring up is that, you know, he has handicaps and challenges, and they say, you know, we don't know where he is. And you basically just at the beginning really have to take the word of the parents. You know, and at what point do you become, I guess, suspicious as an investigator that, you know, maybe it's not everything is being laid out here. You know what I mean? Because they're saying, well, you know, he's autistic. And like Dr. Gary said, you know, look, police officers deal with these kinds of situations a lot, even if a child is having issues, that sometimes the cops get involved and have to come out and sort of mediate. And I'm sure that you've had to do things like that. When do you become suspicious that maybe not everything is on the up and up with the story?
Well, the moment you step on the property. I mean, what you have to do is establish, you know, first of all, that the one thing to remember about whenever a child goes missing, it doesn't matter, 15 below or 17 below, whatever. The younger the child, the higher the risk in relationship to recovery, because you have a 3-hour window. Because if it's a stranger abduction, then within that 3 hours, statistically, it has been shown that child, if it's a girl, there's a high probability she was abducted for sexual contact and then eliminated and murdered. I mean, the numbers are way up there for that. If it's a boy, then, you may pick up an hour or two, but there's a 3-hour window. So officers go into this situation. The patrol officer goes in immediately trying to establish, what the victimology in terms of what's the pattern of behavior from this young man. And when the moment they hear, well, he's autistic, okay, then they want to get into the nitty gritty. Like Dr. Bricato's saying, you want to find out how's he dressed? When's the last time you saw him? Where did you see him? Who has access to him? And then you want to run that through pretty rapidly and get as many resources as you can to that house. Because what you want to do is you want to search that house like it's nobody's business, under the beds, in the closets, in the attic, in the backyard. And you want to do it 2 or 3 times with various different officers, so you have more than one set of eyes on that particular home. And then you collaborate together and say, okay, what are we looking at?
And there would be a frantic reaction on the part of the parents, because, as I understood you to say, this was not characteristic behavior where you'd say, don't panic, last time we found him in such and such. Did you see the characteristic frantic reaction that you would expect?
No, not from what I understand. I don't know how Katie was, but and we're going to listen to a little, in their own words. I know that when Chris Proudfoot, the stepfather of Sebastian, who he lives with majority of the time with mother Katie, only child, by the way, of Katie and Seth, that when he called him, he texted him that it was like a 911. When he was done with work, he called Seth, and the first thing he said to him was, before he told him that Sebastian was missing, was to, don't be upset. Don't be upset. What I'm about to tell you, don't be upset. I always found that weird. And I don't know, maybe I don't know how somebody would keep from getting upset when you're being told that your child has gone missing. But that was the initial contact between stepfather and father. Don't be upset. Then he goes on to tell him what's going on. But let me play this here for you and tell me to stop whenever you want. It's about a 4-minute clip.
Can you walk us through what you're thinking right now?
I just want my baby to be okay. I don't know where he's at.
Mom Katie broke down several times in our interview, but says her hope is strong that her son Sebastian will be found safe and returned home.
He's going to walk through that door, and this street will be flooded again with family and relatives all waiting to hug and love him. And
Stepdad Chris says it's been an emotional roller coaster that all started Sunday night, February 25th.
Pretty normal. He was playing in his room. When I told him to go to bed, he did. He said, good night, Mom. I love you.
Katie says she went to wake up Sebastian around 6 a.m. Monday for school, and he was gone.
Okay, so when she told him to go to bed, he did. Right? That was like the initial story. And I don't think it changed too terribly much from what they told Duchess the day before that. So we hear from an investigator who is Chris McDoungh on the panel. And he says, Josh says to him, the missing child call, like, what does that look like to an investigator? And Josh brings up an interesting point. Initially, you are going to have no choice but to kind of take what the parents are saying at face value and believe what they're saying in order to gather enough information so that you can get all the resources on board and tell everybody, what was the child wearing last? When did you see this child last? And then he also asks, when do you become suspicious that the story isn't adding up or not making sense to you? And so Chris McDoungh says, of course, that a child who is younger is going to be at a higher risk. So, like, if it's a stranger abduction case, there's a 3-hour window. And then again, you know, a lot of the times a little girl will be taken for the purpose of, you know, an SEX crime. And then they take the little girl's life because, you know, they've done this horrible thing to her. Right. And there's been many cases, unfortunately, where that's happened. And, but that's not really, I don't think, even close to what we're looking at, especially because Sebastian's a 15-year-old boy at this time. And what's really going to benefit them is to look at immediately establishing what behaviors Sebastian has in place, right? Especially with him being on the spectrum, typically the routine is everything, right? And that's why they would be upset if something in their routine changed. It would really put a wrench in their day. But he says that they would want to get down to the nitty gritty, right? So where did you see the child last again? What was he wearing? All of those details matter, especially because they're not foreseeing being a year and a half in and not finding this child, right? They're thinking we're going to find him quickly, especially if he just went somewhere, especially if he didn't have the proper protection for his feet. You know, it would have been a huge red flag if they would have said to me or the detectives what they told Holly Thompson: he doesn't like to be dirty and he doesn't like bugs. So why would he go in his neighborhood where there's trees surrounding his neighborhood, right? In my opinion, I would be thinking if he doesn't like to be dirty and he doesn't like bugs, then he is going to take the path of sidewalks, right? And he's going to avoid those spots at all cost. So that's what I would be thinking. He said they would search the house like nobody's business. Again, we know that there were no carpet samples taken from Sebastian's room. If you're thinking that maybe it could be an abduction, which it sounds like that's what would be on the table at first, right? Would be abduction or possibly him leaving on his own, and then of course to foul play. But there's not a terrible amount of options that can go here, right? Because the last thing Katie said was that she told him to go to bed, and he did, right? And then the thud, and then she goes to bed at midnight, and then she wakes him up at 6 and he's not there. That was her story, right? And if we're to believe that, then there's only a few scenarios that could possibly fit and make sense. So searching the house like nobody's business would be my top priority. And of course, I would be searching for him out in the community. But if he's not someone who wanders, runs, elopes, whatever word you want to use, it doesn't really matter. If he doesn't leave the house and he's never just got up and left the house, that's strange. That is very strange for them to even think that it's more important to look outside than in my opinion. And if you're going to look outside, by all means, you need to be looking inside. And I think that is the major mistake that law enforcement made. Major. Because they were operating off of only what the parents in the home were telling them. You know, and in my opinion, they had a biased opinion. You know, they weren't listening to what Seth had to say in the beginning, in my opinion. Yeah, don't be mad is weird, Kiki. Don't be mad. Why? Don't be mad. You know, and it's very odd, too, that he would text Seth 911 and not have called 911 when there's a true emergency. So, you know, he uses it there. He uses it with Nina, but he doesn't choose to dial it on the phone first thing. Meg says, when I told him to go to bed, he did, but a thud or a thump later, so did he go to bed? Well, and that's the thing. You know, we don't know. And if there is a thud or a thump and you never checked it out, I mean, that's where it just goes haywire. And then also the difference of stories, because if we're to believe the Nancy Grace version of the story, that means that Sebastian was awake and said, "No, ma'am, I didn't fall out of the bed. No, ma'am." And then he went to bed because that was his response. And why didn't she tell Sebastian she loved him back? Well, Meg, and that was like a big one in the beginning, right? Like, "Good night, mama. Good night, puppies. I love you." And then nothing back from her. And that was another one Peter Hyatt brought into play. I remember him saying, that's very odd. And I would lose my shit. I would be like, and I told him I loved him too, and that was it. I would have lost my shit right there, because that would have been the last words that you said to your son. And if you didn't say "I love you" back, that would be something that you would remember always. And you don't see any guilt from Katie or anything like that, and it's highly suspicious. This is where I get suspicious, right? Bab says, "Lady Freedom's raw narrative. Hi, love. I knew from the first interview when KP chuckled, I told him to go to bed, and he did. And I knew right then Sebastian was gone, and she knew exactly." Yeah. The chuckling was, really weird. And, we're going to get into other theories on why she would have been doing that as well, which I find to be very interesting. And I do agree with what you're saying, and I agree with what they're saying is, what we're going to get into too. But yeah, because even looking back and forth between her and Chris, and the kind of like, "I can't believe we have to do this," or, "This is it's annoying," or I don't know. There were a lot of strange moments between them. A lot. And then also, no sense of urgency, or as Dr. Gary put it, a frantic reaction. So that is also very strange. Flooded again. That's what I wondered, why he had said that. Well, they were discussing how the police came, and it was, rapid fire, and, in this interview, and that they all showed up and were there. And so I think that's what Chris was referring to when he said the streets will be flooded again, but this time it'll be with family members. But when he said that, he made a negative motion with his, his response was a negative motion, shaking his head no, when he was saying that the streets will be flooded again. He should have been saying this, but instead he was doing this one. And it just shows that what he's saying, what's coming out of his mouth, isn't connected to what he's really thinking in his head. And so it's coming out in his body language, which I think that's what he was, or that's how I always kind of interpreted that, Kiki. Hey, Adam Forever 21. SA officer says, "Kiki, in my opinion, he was afraid to tell Seth, afraid of his reactions, and in my opinion, because he knows the depths of what happened allegedly." Yeah, absolutely, SA officer, absolutely. I agree with that. And I think that he knew that it was way worse, and that was his way of slipping, right? Because, let's just say if there was foul play, which I'm leaning very closely towards that, and I don't like, to do that, but I am, based on what a lot of the things that I've seen. But I will say that him knowing that, and him having to contact Seth with that information, I don't care who you are, you're going to have a certain level of anxiety about that. So how odd was that to say 911 and then "please don't be mad"? That screams guilt, right? It's like if you wrecked your mom's car, and you come to her and you say, "Please don't be mad at me, but I wrecked your car." Same thing, right? "Please don't be mad at me" is very guilt-ridden statement, in my opinion. Patty says, Babs, I agree. Who could laugh at a time like that? Yeah, nothing's funny. Nothing's funny about that. It would be mortifying. I can't imagine calling, my significant other's ex-partner that they have a child with and being like, hey, we lost your kid, don't be mad. I mean, I would be very guilty. I would be like, oh my gosh, we lost your kid. Like, there is no coming back from that. Sasha says it's hard to give anyone a pass that was abused that allows another to be. That's evil, in my opinion. No, I get what you're saying, Sasha, because, I don't want to give anybody a pass. No, I don't. But hey, Haunting Hope, good to see you. But I also just want to be a little bit more delicate with our discussion of it, because I just don't want to add insult to injury. But I'm with you. I think that putting Sebastian anywhere near Francis is the worst idea, and it's just not okay. It's unacceptable. I don't understand it myself, and thank God Seth found out about it and did the right thing for Sebastian. And Bab says, the streets will be flooded again with friends and family. When they kept him isolated, secluded, no one was allowed or came around. Lies. True, Babs. True. And he could have been putting on a show for Holly Thompson right there. And I think you're right. He's feigning, this, and they did this several times in the interview, right? So in this interview, we're thinking, oh, there's a great co-parenting relationship, and Sebastian goes to see his dad anytime he wants to, and his dad is a very nice man who will show him how to get places, and they work on directions. And if Katie had even made the statement that Sebastian is not in any extracurricular activities, but if he was, his dad would be in the front row. So to me, that is like, a good dad, a good situation. So right there, that when we look at that false dynamic, like you said, lies, then we're thinking, oh, okay, well, that's good. At least that part is good, right? So something else was going on. Then we think, oh, well, Sebastian was a teenager, and teenagers can be very rambunctious, and they're learning independence, and so they're pushing boundaries, And again, it's like Seth, Katie, and Chris are not to blame here, and that's what they wanted to drive home, in my opinion. We're not to blame. Look at Sebastian, right? He's autistic. He's a teenager. God only knows. He's got these hormones and And again, it's always Sebastian's fault. Blame Sebastian theory, if you will, and don't look at us, right? Don't look over here, and that's unfortunate for Sebastian. And it's even been alleged that they were blaming Seth for Sebastian having behavioral problems in their house, but then when he would go over to Seth's, there wasn't any behavioral problems. Seth knew how to, get along peacefully with Sebastian, and they obviously didn't have that. SI officer says, damn black screen, I have to continuously go out and come back in. I don't know why it does that, SI officer. It did that to me the other night. I forget who I was watching. Yeah, Adam Forever 21 says, Babs and Kiki, exactly, red flag statement. I knew from the first interview that they knew what they did, Babs says. Yeah, and then they tear apart Seth's house. Yeah, I agree, SI officer. And that to me doesn't make a whole lot of sense if you're operating under the assumption that Sebastian walked off. Because how would he make it all the way to Clarksville on foot with no shoes, even if he was wearing socks? That shows me that they were definitely doing something wrong very, very early on, if out of ignorance or doing it on purpose because they're friends with Chris and Katie. you know, because I do believe that the corruption runs deep. It would have to treat Seth one way and Chris and Katie another way. There's something wrong there. And when you do that, that is showing the level of corruption. And again, big deal. You don't like people from Clarksville or whatever your problem is. I don't know. Seclusion Work says there's one possibility that could force him to leave the house without footwear, and that's fleeing in terror. Exactly. Really well said, Seclusion Works. And, you know, I know that was speculated on, and I would believe that could be possible because of the dynamic, right? And because of what we learned about the dynamic here. But I think he would have been caught on camera any way that he went. I really do. And I don't know that his fear of bugs and being dirty would be greater than the fear that he had of fleeing. So I get what you're saying, because if he's in fight or flight mode, he might not even care if he runs into the woods, right? But I do think that he would have been caught on camera. And that's where I get stuck, because especially when I see, you know, the different camera angles that Mob Crew put together, and it's like, okay, so he would really have to know on camera. But I agree, that would be a reason for him to do that, right? Because he didn't have time to grab his shoes. He just needed to get the heck on out of there. Absolutely. Yeah, and it's exactly, and this is where my frustration lies too. SI officer says, "What freaking game are we playing here? It's BS." Yeah. Well, and especially if the iPhone data is correct, the iWatch data is correct. There's a lot of issues with that. Fight or flight, yes. Seclusion Works, absolutely. Yeah, because your adrenaline's just going at that point. And Megan L says, I went over the Texas Roadhouse video Justin played a couple of weeks ago, and I can point out some things that Sebastian doesn't like just from that video. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, and the dynamic too, I pulled in another piece of that to kind of show with the live of Dr. Gary. There's a couple of things that I have pulled in with this, and Chris McDoungh and Josh. And so it's interesting to see, right? Because that, I think the Texas Roadhouse does speak to at least what the dynamic was that day. And what the dynamic was that day was Katie giving Sebastian the 1-2, right? For lack of a better way, he looks like he was being scolded or being told something, like she was being very stern with him, and this is how it's going to be. And that's, you know, what I could pick up from it. Bab says, in my opinion, KP never heard a thud. That was made up to sound like an intruder or abduction. They've been lying from get, and Sumner County fell for it. Yeah, you know, that's a good point. But then they turn around and they tell Smiley Stories World that nothing was tampered with on the outside of the house. You know, so is it just like, you know, Chris being like, oh, I don't know what happened, you know, oh golly, you know, scratching his head, you know, because I believe that they did fall for it at first. They had to have had an oh shit moment at some point. But if they had the footage of the flashlights, I would think that would have been my oh shit moment. Like, say I was duped by the parents and I'm thinking, no, these two, you know, clean house, military, no way that they hurt this kid. I just think that at that point, when I saw her go back, or someone come from the house with a flashlight and go back with it, I would have said, oh shit, they must have had something to do with this. So, and I think they had that early on, you know. Yes, and they never, they're being manipulative, and they never freaking followed strict protocol. Not at all. And I mean, even we're going to hear from Chris McDonough, and he called it like criminology 101 or something, investigation detective school 101, you know what I mean? And it's like, but really, because you never just operate off of one assumption. And yes, you do have to take what the parents are saying that are, there, right? You interview the mother, you interview his father when he comes. I'm talking about Seth, of course. And then they said they were on the phone. Chris says that he was on the phone with the police officers. So they were obviously interviewing his stepfoot at that point. And that sounds very well and normal to me. But in a situation like that, you don't know if one of the other parents came in and took him. You don't know yet. So, I mean, you also have to keep all of your options open, all of them. And they didn't do that here. Well, I don't think that seclusion work says, but that's canceled by the lack of scent outside the home. I don't think that Sebastian walked outside willingly. I think he was carried. I do. And then that would, and again, I have a very strong feeling that the dogs were wrong. I mean, and I say that because we could never really get a straight answer. Now, dispatch had some audio, and they talked about Max jumping in and things like that to the retention pond. But I just don't think that Sebastian walked out. I think he was carried. Kiki says, wow, I just Googled what someone would say, or excuse me, why someone would say with flooded with family. It says reason, anxiety, says what to manage emotions from conflict. Wow. Huh, that's interesting. Yeah, and I mean, he was definitely doing one of these instead of this, so he didn't believe what he was saying, and I'm sure he did have a lot of anxiety. But even that phrase, I guess, is an indicator of that. Thanks, Kiki. That's really interesting. I thought the statement of freaked emotions. Yeah, Adam Forever 21, absolutely. Yeah, he's definitely nervous, but not urgent. It's almost like he knows what's happening, right? Because there is a level of calm that I can feel on Chris. Like he is in control of what he's saying, and he thinks that he's doing a good job of convincing. That's just my opinion. And of course, if Sebastian did walk out, right, or leave, and that is not characteristic of his behaviors that they are used to, then I think it's safe to say that his mother would have been frantic, right? Because this has never happened before. She doesn't know how to deal with it. If it was a regular occurrence and part of Sebastian's, regular behaviors, then she might be a little bit more calm and say, okay, well, usually he ends up here, and, these are the places that we're going to look, and that sort of thing, or tells the officers this is where he would be, because he's done this before. The fact that he's never done it before and she's shockingly cavalier makes me pause, because she should be really frantic, like, oh my gosh, why would he leave? I don't understand this, right? It would take you a while to process what was going on, in my opinion. Bab says anything that happens to Sebastian is on Katie Proudfoot, his mom, and the last person seen with him, and Sumner County Sheriff's Office, who totally failed this investigation, and DCS. Yeah, absolutely. I think it was, again, like a big snowball, right? Just rolling down the hill, collecting more and more snow, starting out small and then just rolling down. And I agree. It wasn't it isn't anyone's fault besides his mother. That's who he was in the care of. And I would feel that way if he was in the care of Seth, whoever he was in the care of. If I'm even going down to a babysitter, still, they would be the ones that I would be looking at. And let's just put the shoe on the other foot, no pun intended. But if Sebastian went missing from Seth's watch, how would it make Chris and Katie feel? And I can say that to Chris, what if Faith went missing on your ex-wife Nina's watch? How would you feel about her then? Because I'm pretty sure you'd probably be screaming to high heaven, oh, I told you she wasn't fit to be a mother and all that. So, when the shoe is on the other foot, you can understand why Seth would be upset, right? Or is that just over your head? Because that's why you were so guilty in saying, don't be mad, but Sebastian's missing. Seclusion. Well, I know it. And it's sad. Hey, Poppy Love, because it is. It seems like a lot of dead ends. Yeah, don't be mad. Yeah, I remember him saying, don't be mad. And then, well, they changed it several times, too, because he told America's Most Wanted, just Sebastian's missing, Called his father and told him Sebastian's missing. Adam Forever 21 says these parents don't even show anger about the lack of law enforcement transparency. Well, and that's another huge difference, Adam Forever 21. I agree, because we see Seth and he's like upset. Obviously, any parent would be at this juncture. The case has not been solved. They say they have no evidence. I mean, any parent would be frustrated and upset with law enforcement. Not Chris and Katie. Nope, they're doing great. Everything's cool. Doing great. As long as they don't find him, and that's, I'm sorry, but that's the way they act. Laura says, in my opinion, my first thought was if he walked out of the front door, I would call to see if he was with his dad, Seth. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I would never call, my boyfriend now or husband, whatever. I don't have a husband, but I'm just saying, when my child was missing, I would call the child's father, like, especially if they're involved. Like Seth, was paying child support. Seth was involved in Sebastian's life. He is just as much of a parent as Katie is. And so for her to call Chris, what the hell is Chris going to do? He's not even in the vicinity. Seth is actually closer in proximity to the Proudfoot residence where Sebastian went missing from. So why would you call Chris? And why would you stay on the phone with him for 30 minutes before calling law enforcement or Sebastian's father? None of it's right. And I did think that too, Laura. I thought maybe he did go to his dad's house, or try to get to his dad's house, and then maybe something happened, but there's just no evidence of that either. So, SI officer says, and then the comment at the vigil, get your story straight. What? Well, the damn audacity. SI officer, that is another statement that would cause a reaction from me. It would, because I'd be like, what do you mean our story's straight? There is no story. I was at work. I don't know what goes on in your household, and to try to lump Seth together with them, that's what they've tried to do from the beginning. I agree. We got to get our story straight. We got to make a pact. We got to get on the same page. Get on the same page of what? Because we need to find Sebastian. That's the page that we all need to be on. It's not about getting a story straight. It's about telling the truth to help find out where Sebastian is. I don't know why that's complicated for these people. Bab says no urgency, no call directly to Seth at work. Is Sebastian with you? When they knew Seth didn't have his cell at work, but had a direct phone numbers, lies. All of it's lies. Yeah, I agree. And that's another thing I would have done. Yeah, that's a great point, because he didn't have a cell while he was on the job. So, but there's emergency numbers and ways that you can get a hold of him. Yeah, it's just like doing the right thing, but they never have, you know? First call should have been to Seth. Is he with you? Have you talked to him? But 0 calls to Seth, and they knew he was at work. This was planned. I agree. And I think one of the biggest mistakes they made was doing this while Seth was at work. Yes, I do. SI officer says I'm losing patience and my shit now, and he's not even mine. Patience is very thin. Done with the crickets. It's unacceptable. It is unacceptable, SI officer, and I'm with you. I mean, it's super frustrating, especially like I said, you have people pushing out like a whole bunch of crap and lies, and then you have people who are just, again, continuously trying to analyze what happened to Sebastian, you know, and it is frustrating. It's very frustrating. Instead, they called his cell when they knew he didn't have his cell at work, and it was in his truck. POS liars. Yeah. Oh, definitely. Yeah, call his work, Kiki, and that's all that you would have needed to do, Katie, was just call him at work and let him know. It's weird that she made Chris call him too. I think that's weird. I don't know, you know, that's just strange. You know, was she on the 3-way call at that point, or every person that has not followed through and properly handled this case will be fired, in my opinion, very soon, and every person responsible held accountable. I sure hope so, SI officer. That's the goal, right? You know, find Sebastian, find out what happened to him, you know, and then accountability is a big one. Justice for Sebastian, you know. Hey, Carla, because even if they have him hidden out somewhere, you still uprooted him from his life. He misses his friends at school. He misses his dad. You know, he doesn't get to participate in the things that he loves to do. So, Sabrina Smith says, I was watching another creator and remembered that creator actually went to St. Jude's Hospital where Crispy was working and spoke to his workmates, and they didn't like him much. Yeah, no one has come out. Thanks, Sabrina. No one has come out and said that Christopher Proudfoot is a good guy. Not one single person. You know, Julio Mendoza or something went to Duchess's channel. Oh, Chris was a good guy. I'm not counting that person. That could have been anybody. That could have been Chris himself. That could, you know, and if one person is coming out and saying, oh, Chris is a good guy, I mean, again, it's like, spare me the bullshit, because it's not true. And, you know, everybody says how quick to anger he is and all of that. Nobody says, you know, this is a good guy. And as a matter of fact, it's been alleged that he has called Sebastian awful, degrading names. SI officer says, Sabrina, a lot of people don't like him, in my opinion, other than the same foul-mouthed, demented individuals. Well, you know, and in my opinion, they're getting paid, SI officer. They have to have some sort of incentive to jump on that bandwagon. There's some sort of incentive. And I agree. They're foul, vile, you know, and put me in the worst mood. So I just ignore them, you know. Bab says, Seth is and was a great father. He didn't let anything limit his and Sebastian's relationship. Seth has nurtured it. Remember, Seth cared for him for 2 years after he was born. Yes, while Katie was away, he sure did. He sure did. And I agree with that too. For Seth to come up and be Sebastian's voice That's what he needs. He needs it from his mom too, though. You know, because I think Seth is an amazing dad, and I'm thankful that he does that for Sebastian. But I just also wish that his mother would do that as well. I agree, Carla says Seth is an amazing father. He teaches him with love and patience. He's a wonderful man. I agree. And, you know, they said that in the beginning, and then they run the smear campaign against Seth because people didn't like him. Or, excuse me, because people didn't like them. And instead of, you know, being nicer themselves or handing out some flyers or holding a vigil of their own, they decided to smear Seth's name and defame him and everything else. So, and Bab says if Sebastian was running out of fear, he would have been seen on all and any cameras around the neighborhood. I agree. CP even admitted that he'd not run out of that house. Right. And especially just in the middle of the night with nothing. Like Seclusion Work says, if he had to flee a situation, yes, but I that's where I get stuck, Babs, is the cameras. He would have been caught. Someone would have caught him on a camera. And I'm not saying that Sebastian isn't smart enough to evade the cameras. What I'm saying is they were like everywhere, all over the neighborhood, that he would have to know where the placement was and where not to walk in and that sort of thing, you know. And it's not like Sebastian was said to be seen around the neighborhood or anything like that, like where he was mapping out something to you know, to flee the situation or anything like that. So, you know, there's just no evidence of it. And Kathy Bartholomew says, in my opinion, where I get stuck is no scent, none. Yeah. Well, I think that might be where law enforcement gets stuck too, and they're saying there's no, you know, evidence that he left the house. But I think he was carried out. I do. And Carla says Sebastian was carried out of that house down to the awaiting car with the woman who gave birth to him and an a-hole. Yeah, because, you know, the light source goes back to the house. Oh, SI officer says, Seth, do you know where CP has his Roman collection room? I'm curious to know about that too. Or who has that sort of room. Yeah, well, and see, that's where it's so confusing, Kiki. Kiki says, Kathy, I know. I remember them saying no scent. Then they said the dog's hit. And, you know, and that's it. That's what's so frustrating. It's like, did they or didn't they? Hey, Tina Girl. Tina Girl says, but yet CP was stupid enough to tell on himself with the cameras across the street. He sure was. He said, yeah, if Sebastian walked out the front door, he would have been caught on the Ring camera from across the street, right? Same thing with him going out of his window. He would have, well, what did he say? He would have landed on the bushes and screamed, and we would have all heard, or something like that. You know, that was another time he slipped up and said everybody would have heard, or we would have all woke up. I can't remember which one it was. The flashlight video snippet has it all. SI officer, I am fully in agreement with that. Yeah. Oh, Bab says, I don't believe there was a 3-hour phone call with KP and CP either. Another ruse. All lies, and Sumner County Sheriff's Office is a or as much responsible for what happened to Sebastian. Well, if they did an improper investigation, like I think they did, Babs, I would have to agree. I think they need to be held accountable as well, you know? SI officer says carried 100% in my opinion. And they did that to fool the dogs. I agree. And that's maybe why we can't get a definitive answer with the dogs. Hey, Michelle, good to see you. Carla says, yes, but how many days after he went missing did they come for Chris and Katie's electronics? Seth's were taken right away. I believe it was a week or two before the Proudfoots. I heard 2 weeks for the phones, which is plenty of time to get rid of things. I don't know why they wouldn't take those all at once. That's what I'm saying. Improper investigation. Improper. We cannot trust anything they've said or done, in my opinion. It's very tough, and that's why it's so hard to build this timeline out, because the stories are so different, right? Adam Forever 21 says premeditated and set up to get him out of that house. I think the whole story is lies, and she tricked the car video to be fake, in my opinion. Oh, so you think that they might have set up the flashlight video as a ruse to Adam Forever 21, like they might have staged it? Tina Girl says maybe the dogs did possibly get a scent, but it wasn't on the ground. Well, you know, and the dogs weren't scent specific either, and that was something that was, you know, told to us. Hey, I am Two Bear. I am Two Bear says Nina said that when Chris called the same day, they had taken his phone. Yeah, when was... That's right. Thanks, I am Two Bear. And I'm trying to think back to Nina. Do you guys remember how long it was before he called Nina? I know it wasn't terribly long, but I know it wasn't like right off the bat either. And did they only take their phones at first and not all the other electronics like the Apple Watch? Yeah, and that's another thing. Why was he checking there and not where Sebastian went missing from? Great point. That is a great point. SI officer says even more proof, in my opinion. This was definitely premeditated. Their phones replaced days or months ahead. Cameras checked days prior to, days off, etc. Wonder how long, if possible, he put a request in for time off. Well, and you know, I do think it was premeditated. I do. And then, like I said, maybe a small percentage of maybe an accident could have occurred, but I really keep that low, because there's more, in my opinion, that suggests that it was premeditated. But I also think, SI officer, that they had burner phones that they were using as well. So, you know, there's that. And then Chris making the comment that law enforcement told him that his, you know, the electronics were squeaky clean. Hey, Lori, good to see you. Good to see you. Hey, show poodles. So yeah, just all of that, you know. Hey, Tina Von Young. Tina Von Young says there was no scent of Sebastian picked up. Chris told a couple of guys that the dogs hit on the pond. Yeah, exactly. And I mean, that was something that was verified, I think, through law enforcement on the dispatch audio, you know, that Max had jumped in the pond. But it could have been it could be false too on Max. And I hate to blame poor Max here, but you know, it could have been a fluke. You know, Seclusion Work says, you know, I think about the flashlight with the weight on the shoulder in the military, and they're taught to carry wounded comrades in a certain fashion. Yes, seclusion works. That is another thing that causes me to think that Katie could carry her 15-year-old son out, right? Because if it was me, I mean, I'm not military trained, and I don't know that I could carry, or that I would know the proper way to carry somebody in that fashion, right? Because she has to be able to carry people that are not just women, right? She has to carry a man too. So absolutely. And you know, it's just like in nursing school. Like when I took my CNA classes a long time ago, I learned how to lift, you know, with my big muscles in my thighs, and then to be lifting with my back, right? So you kind of squat down and pull up, right? If you have a patient that needs care, and you know you're pulling them up, and you're smaller than they are, you know, because typically you do deal with that daily, multiple times a day. And the same thing. I mean, it wasn't like, oh, you know, only the female aides take care of the male patients, or excuse me, female patients. You would take care of male patients too. So, you know, you would have to help a big guy get on and off the pot. It's, you know, you don't want to hurt your back. So there's certain ways of lifting, so you don't hurt yourself, you know, and so you can be more powerful and really, you know, get that person up and, you know, even out of the bed, repositioning them, that sort of thing. Carla says, if you talk to K9, she will tell you those dogs were picking up a fresh scent, not Sebastian's scent. No confirmed scent of Sebastian was found. Thank you, Carla. Yeah, and that's what I was trying to say with the dogs weren't scent specific. So, like, they weren't picking up any specific type of scent. So, thank you. Okay, guys, let's watch this next clip. Oh, thank you, little Miss Sharon. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And to know he was at work and wouldn't get the message till he left is bullshit, in my opinion. Yeah, they should have called his job. I agree, Meg. I think CP is just the controller. I think so, too. Yeah, 911 was not called, and that's the hugest red flag. You know, and Babs, the funny thing is later on we're going to hear Holly Thompson say that the first thing they did was call 911. And I was like, oh, no. And I had to put my little snarky comment in there, so, because I was like, no. That is not what happened. They did not call 911, so please do not say that they did the right thing, because they did not. Because that is a big red flag. And when people hear that, it's going to set off alarm bells, you know? I'd love to see when Melissa got home. SA officer. Same here. I heard 2 weeks. That's one thing I'd like to kind of pinpoint down a little bit too. Because I've heard different stories when it comes to that, you know? I really have. Okay, guys, let's go to this next clip. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, here we go.
Within minutes, Katie says she was on the phone with Chris, who was working out of town, and they quickly called 911.
And he's not a runner. He's never run away before. I don't know why. I don't know why he walked out that door.
Okay, stop. Go back. Hey, watch how she says, I don't know why. Okay. Watch her head.
Before. I don't know why.
There it is. In her mind, and she closes her eyes. Okay. From experience, she's thinking about something else in relationship to that answer. She goes, I don't know why. And she's actually shaking her head. No. Well, yes, you do. Because when somebody, it's a spontaneous concept. It's like, I don't know why. Okay. It's a confirmation into the body. Okay. and then she's closing her eyes. So what she's doing is she's reflecting on what she's saying. That's just my opinion.
Well, what I'm bothered by, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead,
Josh. What bothers me is that she's in the same breath. She says he's not a runner, and I don't know why he walked out that door. It's a contradictory statement, because if someone isn't a runner, then your first assumption would be they didn't leave. They didn't walk out the door. Therefore, someone came in and took him. In other words, a more logical supposition would be that somebody came and threw the window and took him out. But to the interpretation that he would suddenly walk out the door when it was totally uncharacteristic for 15 years of life is odd to me. And Chris, don't you think it would make more sense that the person's automatic thing would be to say, because he wasn't a runner, I know he didn't run away. That's off the table. It has to be that some other horrible thing happened. You know, you should be checking for an intruder that came in and took him. But, you know, but that would have taken a lot of staging.
A mama bear who loses a cub is out of control the moment it happens. Let me give you an idea on just how we think about statements that don't line up. DLR, right? Don't look right. Barry Morphew throwing the bike. When the cops got there and they saw the bike, immediately that patrol officer on video is like, this doesn't look right. Okay. So I want to know what the patrol officer was seeing when he was interviewing mom at 6 o'clock in the morning, when she told him the last time I saw him was 10 o'clock last night. So that is 8 hours almost, if I have my times correctly. I may be in left field on that, but is that the last time he was heard or seen?
Yeah, I think she said somewhere around between 9 and 10 o'clock is when she heard the thud. And interesting about that too, because when she talks about it here, she says that she just says, "Oh, go to bed." I figured he was just, goofing around or something. And then in a later interview, she said, "Hey, are you okay?" That he says back to her, "Yes," and then tells him to go to bed. And so seemed to be, and I think the reason, and this is just my opinion, is that the reason that the story had changed was because there was an immediate backlash going, well, why wouldn't you get up and check on your son if you heard a thud? And why you didn't have contact with him? All you said was, "Hey, go to bed." No interaction. And, it could be something, it could be nothing. But I do find that odd because, I mean, hearing a thud's pretty loud, right? I mean, it's not just a minor little.
You ever been around a person on the spectrum?
Yeah.
On the spectrum?
Yeah.
I'm hyper aware of every little sound in the house because it can set them off. If there was a thud in the house, your first thought would be, is that one going to make him cry or have a hysterical fit? Because the whole point is that the person is exaggeratedly sensitive to subtle changes in the sensorium. So if you ever had an autistic child or known one, what would be much more likely, in my opinion, is that because something out of the ordinary occurred, you would run and make sure that the kid was okay, because they get extremely upset. A rainstorm can cause 24 hours of explosive emotionality because of the strange sounds and things like that. A thud would be a big deal in the home where there's an autistic child. You have to understand that when you're exposed to one, like when I have clients that are diagnosed the first time, I have to teach the parents that you have to become exaggeratedly aware of noise because it's going to be very activating to the child. Things like that. Don't raise your voice when you talk. They may perceive the volume of your voice as being scary and you're just being loud because it's your natural tendency. Things like that. So it's weird to me if you're 15 years old, the kid has autism, whatever, and it doesn't occur to you that there's this big, weird, out of the ordinary sound, and you just go, I think your instinct would be, did that scare him? That kind of thing. At least that would be mine if I had a child.
Yeah,
Okay, guys. So, that makes a lot of sense to me. And again, I don't know if Sebastian had a hypersensitivity to sounds. I do know that Katie said that Sebastian wasn't a huge fan of like the hibachi restaurants because of the clanking noises back at, that they make with the spatulas and things on the cooktop, right? So, but I think this is interesting, and I think that it does speak to a mother getting this recent diagnosis, because I don't know about you guys, but I absolutely will research things, especially if my child was diagnosed with it, right? Because you want to find a deeper understanding of what you're up against, what your child is up against, and how you can help them, right? So I would think that Katie might know of some of these things when, that came along with the diagnosis. I'm sure she was, receiving literature from the doctors in helping her navigate and understand this new and recent diagnosis. So back to Katie and her statements. I don't know why. I don't know why he walked out that door, right? She closes her eyes, and Chris McDoungh says from his experience, when she's closing her eyes, she's thinking about something else in relation to that answer, right? But she also knows why. He says, yes, you do know why. When somebody, and he says, when somebody is saying, I don't know why, most of the time they're not going to say, I don't know why. They're going to say, I don't know why, right? And again, your brain is telling on you when you make those affirmative gestures and negative gestures when they're inappropriate. So there's that. So negative response versus positive response in your body language that would contradict what's coming out of your mouth. She says, he's not a runner. He's never run away before. I don't know why he walked out that door. Again, if it's uncharacteristic for him to walk out the door, if it's uncharacteristic for him to run away, then why is that what you're telling us? So she's contradicting herself right there. He's not a runner. He's never run away before. I don't know why he would have walked out the door. But she still wants us to believe that he left on his own. It's quite manipulative, in my opinion. Oh, I agree, SI officer. Well, and it makes me wonder the same. Showpoodle says, I don't think Ellie really interviewed her, just listened to CP's narrative, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. And I mean, because we're going to hear from Chris Proudfoot that she was only given 5 questions. 5 questions. You can't even establish a baseline with 5 questions. Unless it was somebody that knew Katie that gave her the test, then then a baseline wouldn't need to be established now, would it? So it seems like a very friendly test, a friendly test that I certainly wouldn't have gotten if my child just said poof. Kiki says, also a town, I don't remember what live it was on, Smiley, but there's a lady from the UK that came up on panel or a call and talked about some homes for kids in the UK, supposedly was explaining a story about herself, but sounded so sus to me, town. Yeah, and the schools is another, small percentage for me, because there are places where people can hide kids out and they're very, very secretive. And as long as they're getting paid, they'll keep the kids, and not tell anybody and keep it very quiet. And again, we're just seeing these statements that are so contradictory. And I don't even think Katie has the ability to realize what she's saying and how it comes off to other people, right? Because we're just listening. And even I was just listening back when this came out, right? So this interview with Holly Thompson 8 days after Sebastian went missing, I'm like, oh wow, the parents are speaking, right? The mom and the stepdad. And as I'm listening, it's not making sense to me, right? He's not a runner, never run away before, so I don't know why he walked out the door. I'm thinking he didn't walk out the door. And he didn't, because that wouldn't be normal for him. That doesn't fit with who he is. That doesn't fit Sebastian's baseline, right? But we didn't know that at that time. All we knew is that she was making a contradictory statement that didn't make any sense. Chris McDonough brings up a great point. When a mama bear loses her cub, she is out of control immediately, right? It's like, where's my baby, right? Where is my cub? And we don't see that from Katie. She's looking to Chris for validation. She's looking to Chris to tell her how she's supposed to feel, right? There's things that don't look right. And one of the big things that doesn't look right is that Katie says that the last time she physically sees Sebastian was at 9 p.m. And then when she went to wake him up in the morning at 6 a.m., he was not there. But we do have this thud that is introduced, right? Bubba, did you fall out of the bed? No, ma'am. Now, Josh brings up an interesting point, and I think that he's spot on, and I think this is exactly what happened. Her story changed due to immediate backlash from the public, because we were all sitting there going, what do you mean you didn't go check on him? You heard a noise, but you didn't go look, right? And it's the same reason why I believe she changed the story to Nancy Grace, because she didn't want that immediate backlash or Nancy to follow up with questions and say, what do you mean you heard a thud? Well, did you go check on him? Well, no, but I did holler in there, Bubba, did you fall out of the bed? And he said, no, ma'am. And see, everything was fine. I mean, I used to check on him when he was little, but, now that he's older, I usually put him to bed and he's just fine from there, and she acts like it's no big deal. Nothing to see here, Nancy, even though I'm telling you something completely different that I've told everybody else. And then again, we have Dr. Gary with his experience, and what he tells parents is that children on the spectrum can have hypersensitivity to sounds in the home. And so, try not to yell, try not to put them in situations where there is a lot of noise and stimulus, because they can get overstimulated, overwhelmed, and it can cause them to have a meltdown or become upset, right? So, sometimes people on the spectrum, sounds will set them off, like a rainstorm. A friend of mine has a daughter who is on the spectrum, and she showed me, like the sirens that go off when the storm is happening, and how her daughter is in her own way in a hyper vigilant state, right? She's ready to go because she hears all of this commotion going on, and she's not going to be able to calm down very easily because there's a storm and there's the sirens, and you can hear the hail hitting the house, or whatever, the rain, any of it can be over stimulating to someone who is on the spectrum. Not saying that Sebastian shares those issues, but it could overwhelm him as well. And I think that's important to remember. KP, just speak up, do the right thing, relieve that burden, and wait. It's not going to get any better eventually. Think about it. I agree, SI officer. And that's one thing that I do pray for Katie for, is that she finally says what happened. Tell us what really happened. Tell us what really happened, because she's the only one that can do that, unfortunately. Because if Chris was to come out and tell us what really happened, then he would blow his cover. Let's just be honest, Seclusion Work says, Adam, as I stated, the military teaches their people how to evac wounded comrades. Think of the soldiers in Iraq who carried wounded soldiers on their shoulders and they were running. Yeah. Or even, I mean, not to be silly, but like Forrest Gump, that's what he did. He went and grabbed him, he threw him over his shoulder, right? Ran, dropped him off, went and got the next guy, right? Or the next person. Yeah. Little Miss Sharon says a steak caused an explosion last night for my daughter. Yeah, and it's like little things, right, little Miss Sharon, and it's unique to the person, right? Because something that's going to set one person off wouldn't necessarily set the other person off. Yeah, thank you for sharing that. I mean, it's important to realize that everyone's individuals. Nobody's going to be the same. And that's why we need like the truth, right? We need to get down to the nitty gritty, as Chris would say, right? We need to know about Sebastian, not about a diagnosis, about what he goes through. What are his things that cause him to have any type of negative or positive reaction, because obviously if we're thinking that he did go out of character and run off, then where would it be that he would feel the most safe, right? That's what I would be thinking. Babs, and these are the big issues in the dynamic, right? Living her best life, her sadistic cheating man loves her again, sharing his life with her and his daughter. She has no desire to say anything about Sebastian. I could not have a good time at Disney. There's just no way. Hey, Sabrina, and I would say, there's Sebastian's favorite character. There's something Sebastian would like. I'd be eating the freaking ice cream and thinking Sebastian would love this right now. I'd feel so guilty. And maybe that wouldn't be healthy. But I just know I wouldn't be able to find joy. And I don't understand it. Laura Arnold said he had his ears plugged going into the Texas Roadhouse. Yeah, so, and I don't know, Laura, it was too hard without sound, because I know like a lot of those places, they will play music on the outside of the restaurant as well. Like, that way if people are standing outside, waiting on their table or something like that, they can have something to listen to, and it kind of keeps it lively or whatever, even outside. I'm wondering if there was some music that was kind of, not to his liking, or if he was just, overwhelmed from the day. Again, that the day always seemed like it was a bit much, in my opinion. A lot of running around. And now, again, I don't know if Sebastian was used to that sort of activity where it was go, 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 even until the end of the night, and then letting him stay up a little bit later, even so. I would think that you would try to keep that to a minimum. And again, if it was me, I don't think that I'd be going to the Roadhouse that night. I think I would have been, ordering in or hitting a drive-through on the way home, But again, not everybody's going to, not everybody thinks like me or is going to do things like me. So I can't really use myself as a frame of reference, but it did seem just like a very long, eventful day for a school night. And then I Am Two Bear says, does anyone know how long they lived in Tennessee before Seth got there? Had this always been CP's plan? I'm not sure. I know they lived in another house, like the White House area as well. I think they'd been living in Tennessee for quite a while, because I think even with everything that happened with Nina, they were residents of Tennessee. And then Katie was there filming everything too. But it is a bit of a hazy timeline on that. Well, that's a good point too. Joseph Rapp says she may have been drinking, so not respond normally. Yeah, I agree. And, we do have a good amount of evidence and a good amount of reliable sources that said that Katie did enjoy, drinking excessively. Okay, guys, I'm going to go ahead and play this next clip because I have a few. And like I said, this was such a good live, but it was 3 hours long, so I wanted to really get enough of it in tonight, and then we could go to tomorrow too. But here we go. This is... the next one.
Oh.
Yeah, my son was diagnosed with epilepsy at 13, and every noise from then on out just sent shivers down my spine. I was just
absolutely.
It was
absolutely.
It was terrible, and so every time I would hear anything, or not hear anything at all, one or the other, it's like it's awful quiet, or then there was a loud sound. So, I would have thought that something such as a thud would sort of ring bells off. Let's go ahead.
Yeah, and people in the audience who I think may have autistic children or be on the spectrum themselves are remarking that this is exactly true. You don't get it if you haven't been in that sort of world, And
Odin Girl says here, but he wasn't diagnosed until October 2023. But doesn't he? I mean, he would still.
He'd still react.
Yeah, he is the way that he is.
He didn't know it was autism, but that doesn't mean he wasn't reacting 15 years in that way.
Correct.
Autism is a neurodevelopmental condition. It doesn't start at 15.
Right.
Just because it didn't have a label doesn't mean the child wasn't reacting that way to sound for 15 years.
Yeah.
So,
He walked out.
Let me go back here just a little bit.
Good night, Mom.
Notice she rocks, by the way.
Says she went.
What do you make of that?
Well, it's interesting. People on the spectrum can do that sometimes. It can be a stimming or soothing mechanism. It may be that she utilizes a similar coping mechanism.
Yeah, and he also had a fluid. He has a fluid spot on his brain that he was born with, and somebody.
Cute, look how cute he is.
He's a very handsome young man, and yeah, absolutely.
So, Josh, take it back to that where we just left off a minute ago.
Yeah, with the mother rocking.
Yeah, I want to hear that.
Stepdad Chris says it's been an emotional roller coaster that all started February 25th.
Pretty normal. He was playing in his room.
He makes the comment about having the family around,
When I told him to
but
go
he's
to
shaking
bed.
his head no.
He did. He said, "Good night, Mom. I love you."
Katie says she went to wake up Sebastian around 6 a.m. Monday for school, and he was gone. Within minutes, Katie says she was on the phone with Chris, who was working out of town, and they quickly called 911.
And he's not a runner. He's never run away before. I don't know why. I don't know why he walked out that door.
Now she prepped that story.
He's not.
Well, I was thinking that too, because she says, I don't know why he walked out that door, but I mean, how does she know that he walked out the door?
Well, she prepped the story by closing her eyes, pausing, and then she gave an explanation. So a good investigator, let's say that they would ask that question. So how do you know she walked? How do you know he walked out the door?
Yeah, exactly.
Now, this is a journalist obviously doing this, and that's not their job. But that's
you're thinking the same thing I am, Chris, right? That's a very specific image, which makes very little sense if the person has no history of walking out the door.
Yeah, and watch how she delivers it. Well, Josh, take it back for a second, again, please.
Yeah, of course.
Called 911
before. I don't know why. I don't know why he walked out that door.
She closes her eyes and takes a deep breath and exhales. I mean,
I know what you're thinking, Chris. You're thinking that she's feigning hyperventilating.
Something's in here.
Yeah, right.
Something's in here.
I mean, he's a good kid. He's not a mischievous child by any means.
Katie and Chris say Sebastian is not on.
He raises his shoulders like this. Huh. He's a good kid. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's also hit him with a belt before as well.
I'm not saying that I'm not saying. I'm more, to be honest with you, just watching this. I'm more worried about the mom than I am about that guy.
Sure.
Right now.
Gotcha.
Social media. While he loves to play Minecraft, they tell me he does not have any online capabilities. I asked if there was any reason he might want to leave.
We've been combing over that day and
eyes closed,
even the weeks before he left, and I hadn't been able to figure it out. He's that morning he was laughing, he was joking.
It's as if Sebastian vanished.
That morning?
Nope.
Now, I brought that up once when we talked about it, and I would say that a lot of people were saying, well, she was talking about the day before. I hear nothing in there that indicates the morning before.
Well, she's on the news talking about the disappearance of her child. Moms and dads, everything slows down. It becomes very tunnel vision. It becomes, I mean, the stressors, the central nervous system. Dr. Gary can, break in here and tell us what's going on here with this. This is a huge potential traumatic event for a child to be missing out of a home in the middle of the night.
Okay, guys. So, it would be absolutely a traumatic event that would affect your central nervous system if your child just went missing, right? So here, Chris McDoungh is giving Katie some grace and saying, this is a mother talking about her missing son. Everything's slowing down. You're getting this tunnel vision. So I definitely understand where he's coming from. And I understand where Josh is coming from too, because, the way I kind of looked at it as well was that, was Katie now going back to that morning? That morning he was happy, but that's the first thing she told Seth when she put her phone in his face and said, look, he was happy yesterday, so is she doing that? But really interesting when the experts are talking back and forth about Katie feigning things like hyperventilation. These are the things that they're going to pick up on that we may not, and again, going back to what Josh said, when his son had an epilepsy diagnosis, every sound made him reactive, right? Because he didn't know if that was his son, who fell or he wanted to make sure that everything was okay. Because again, those seizures come on very rapidly, right? It's like the person will get an aura and then they're going to have a seizure. They can kind of detect it after a little while. My mother was diagnosed with epilepsy too, but I think it was more from like her cancer, but she started having seizures regularly. And so I can completely understand that, because if she was in another room and I heard someone, maybe hit something, like if I thought she hit the ground or if she fell out of the bed or anything, I would be in there to make sure that she didn't hurt herself, because some of these episodes can be very violent and absolutely scary, especially if you've never dealt with anything like that before. So again, you have a parent that is hyper vigilant because they want to protect their child. Even though, so even though Sebastian was late diagnosed, he's still himself. He's still Sebastian. So autism is a neurodevelopmental person who has different abilities, right? And so that is something that he would have been born with. So his personality, the tendencies, any of those things, if you'd want to call it like a tick or something like that, but any tendencies that he would show, he would have been showing those for 15 years. It just, he wasn't diagnosed as of then. So again, the diagnosis, even his chromosome deletion, that sort of thing, I consider it. But Sebastian as an individual, I'd rather know and get to know him on an individual level than to put a label on him, because he is an individual. And then of course, Katie's eyes, right? We see her doing a lot of closing her eyes. She takes that deep breath. She pauses. She gives an explanation. But there's also times when I see Katie looking towards the ground and then kind of barely looking up to see if what she's saying is manipulating the interviewer. And again, you see that kind of little sneaky eye movement with Katie where she kind of looks up to see if she's convincing Holly Thompson. And Chris McDoungh says, a good investigator would have asked a follow-up question like, why do you think that he walked out the door then, right? That would have been an excellent follow-up question. and something that, a trained law enforcement investigator would probably ask and follow up, right? But we're not even sure that that was done. And then Chris is also looking at Katie, right? He's side-eyeing Katie more than Chris, because Josh says, well, Chris Proudfoot, he did hit Sebastian with the belt. And Chris says, admittedly, I'm looking at Katie more. I'm more worried about her than I am about the stepdad. So I thought that was interesting. And, but he does give her that grace. And he says, look, this would be a traumatic event, and talking to the news outlets and that sort of thing. So, just very interesting. Somebody, I saw someone say Cooter Brown. I'm like, I know that statement says somebody says drunker than Cooter Brown. I don't know if that's a Tennessee thing, but I've heard of it before. Well, and that's true. Kiki says if you're home with your autistic son, you shouldn't really, alone, right? You shouldn't probably get, maybe even 2 sheets to the wind. I agree, because anything could happen. And people do take people for granted, and but I agree, and I just wonder about that as well. I really do. Carla says, I really want to know about the car that was being announced on several creators' channels, that cops had it in the impound during CTB. She got a message not to report on that. Why the car? Oh, okay. I don't know, Carla. That's a good question. The car that I know about is the gray car or silver car that was in the neighborhood that night. That's the one that I'm most aware of. And then there was the Uber car. So aw, thanks, Babs. Good night to you too, hun. Thank you so much for, bringing so much to the chat, because I know it's a lot of information to remember. So thank you so much. Good night. You sleep well. But yeah, this is the only car that I'm aware of in that neighborhood that night. Hey, Linda. Linda Farmer says there's a fair amount of types of live in homes for kids and teens with behavioral issues and other issues. I worked in that field for adults and teens. That's why I asked my question. Yeah, I mean, and I've done some research into it too. I really have. And, that was on the table for Chris and Katie and Seth. They were discussing that. They were, for the time being. And then Seth realizes, like, look, I don't know about all that. Laura says ARC schools or ARC schools found several in PA. They're located all over. Thanks, Laura. Yeah, they really are. There's a lot in Utah too. A lot. They will not give out private information on their children. No, they will not, Linda. It is very, very secretive. It is. You're absolutely correct. That is what I have found as well. Without working in the field. And I appreciate your comments too, because it's important to understand that. It's hard for people to realize that there are places that would, keep a minor child and, keep it very secretive, especially when that minor child has a parent like Seth who loves him, who wants him home, who doesn't want him to be there. But their motivation is money. It's not the best interest of the child. And Laura says Paris Hilton testified to Congress, if I remember correctly. She sure did. Yeah, and she was taken in the middle of the night out of her bed and brought to Provo, Utah. Seclusion Work says, "Lady, I would have had a meltdown." Yeah, and that's what's so hard about that. Thank you for hitting that like button, Carla. Yeah, I would be exhausted after that day. You know what I mean? I would be ready to, calm down. Let's watch a movie, get a pizza. Let's take it easy. It's Sunday night. I'd be getting, doing the wind down. And that's another thing. It seems like Sebastian was meant to go play in his room, and who knows? Maybe Katie was drinking that night. I can see that playing out. And Town Chat Cafe says, "Lady, in my opinion, I think there was either a loud boom music, or someone yelling coming from the black car that was picking up that lady, maybe an employee from work at the Texas Roadhouse, in my opinion." Yeah, and I mean, that's possible. I think I remember which one you're talking about. Like when he was covering his ears, yes. Very well could have been that too. Thanks, SI officer. Oh, thank you, Meg, for guys. Yeah, for the full interview. If you don't want to wait till tomorrow or the commentary, definitely go check out Josh's channel. Really great stuff in this interview. Like I said, topics that we've never really explored or discussed, to that capacity. Thanks for the green hearts, Lori. SI officer says, "And if it was so bad, then why not hand over your footage, CC?" I mean, I, for the life of me, cannot figure out why that wouldn't have happened. Especially, like you said, if he thought it was that bad. But I do know that has ties with Katie. Well, and it's kind of sad that he doesn't get, that he didn't have access to even talk with friends or anything like that, right? Because the electronics, that was absolutely strange, in my opinion. You take the privilege away if it's misused or abused or mistreated, right? Or if the child is looking at stuff that they shouldn't be, or if they're talking to their friends in a way that you don't find becoming of your child, then you take the privilege away, but you don't just not let them ever do it, right? You let them make the mistake so they learn. Yeah, that interview was 8 days later, I am Bear. Yes, it was. Megan says there wasn't that morning because he wasn't allegedly there that morning. Yeah, and I think that's where Josh was going with that, right? Like, did she see him that morning, right? But then that morning could have been after midnight. Really? Yeah, so I totally see where Josh is coming from, what you're saying too. Well, and see, SI officer says, Meg, "Oh, in my opinion, they're remembering when he departed." And I mean, very well could have been. Thank you, Lori. That's so sweet. And thank you guys for hitting the like button. Seclusion Work says, "Lady, when our daughter was reported missing from school, we went into singular focus mode until we found her at the library. My wife grabbed her and cried in relief." Exactly, right? You guys were frantic. Thanks, Seclusion Works, because yeah, that's where I do believe that the experts are going with this, right? Because it would send you into a state of panic, especially if it wasn't something that you were used to, right? And thank God she was only at the library. Oh my goodness. I mean, it has to be terrifying. It has to be absolutely terrifying, especially for those of us that follow true crime, Sammy G says, Seclusion Works, you're 1000% right about the military flashlight. And I know you've been saying it since last summer, and the picture of the flashlights matches exactly, I think. Yeah. I could have swore I found that one military flashlight. I was going to show you guys. I'm going to have to look when I play the next clip, because I swore. I saw it. It is kind of weird. It is. Okay, it was the car that Carla says, yes, lady, it's the car that they carried Sebastian to. Yeah. Yeah. But I don't remember that. Oh, Cooter Brown is from Louisiana. Google it. Interesting folklore, maybe, but funny. Thanks, Show Poodles. That's funny. I just remember people saying drunker than Cooter Brown, and I thought, I'm like, I know that statement. You know, Sasha, I am not sure what medications that Sebastian was taking. I know somebody had said it, but then they were going HIPAA and all that stuff. And, you know, I know that there were recently some changes made to his medications. Hey, Mama, good to see you. Tried and true. And a little bit of old-fashioned police work never hurt, and I think it would help tremendously in this situation. All right, guys, so we'll play this next clip here.
Gary?
Well, yeah, I mean, look, I don't know her. I don't know, you know, what's in her system, or if she uses any drugs or medicine or alcohol or whatever. Trauma can sometimes make people flatten instead of getting emotionally sensitive. Some people become hysterical. But there is something, how do I say this? There's something to affect that when it's authentic, it stirs something in you. That's the whole point of it evolutionarily, right? It's to get the people around you to take care of you and react and understand how you feel. And when affect is feigned, it doesn't cause any reaction in you. It feels kind of flat or phony, like watching a movie or something. And there is something about this that for some reason isn't pulling for, you know, like, oh, you know, I want to reach through the screen and help this person. It just feels a little rehearsed, but I can't prove that. I do want to ask, was the mother drug tested or given any kind of alcohol test at the time she was initially interviewed? There's a very long lapse between the time he supposedly disappeared and the time of contact with law enforcement. Is that not right?
Yes, there was quite a, but we don't know. There's really been nothing brought up by law enforcement. I mean, the one thing that we know, and lie detector tests, they both claim that they've taken lie detector tests, and they both claim that they have passed it. Seth took a lie detector test through Nancy Grace, through an FBI guy, and came back that he had passed, or that he was not being deceptive.
Did
you know, you can make
Grace put that out?
Yeah, she did. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Tell me some, hey, give us some time, we'll put it together. Cool. April 9th, I think, was the date. It was a Tuesday. We kept it very quiet. The FBI prolificer, there's TBIs, the FBI, I think they're all the same, honestly.
Yeah, I don't know how those certifications work, but I know what you're talking about.
So, my wife got a polygraph by day 2 or day 3 of the investigation.
Right, yeah.
She passed. No problem. I get my polygraph test. We keep it quiet. The lady who did hers cannot do mine because we said we don't want any chance of somebody saying it was a biased opinion type situation. Her boss, and the other prolificer, all three come together, make my questions.
Right.
My wife got 5, and I got 13 fucking questions.
Oh.
I'm like, really? I'm whatever. I don't give a shit.
Oh, yeah.
So I go and take my polygraph test, and I passed. Steph, on the other hand, goes and takes a fucking polygraph test with Nancy Grace. knowing that motherfucker's gonna fail, he falls asleep.
Oh, God.
Oh, yeah. They said, well, it's inconclusive because he keeps falling asleep.
How does that even happen?
Sebastian's dad, his bio dad, Sebastian, Seth, I don't understand that because he told me he would take a polygraph if I set it up. I set it up. I went through a lot of hoops to get it set up. One convenient to him in the area where he says he's working. Then he wouldn't take it and blames the TBI. So now I find out he's told other outlets he's taken one and passed. Do you know the truth?
I don't. I really don't know, but I'll tell you what. I volunteered to take polygraph. I was told that I wasn't. I didn't need to because they have my location and whereabouts. But I still volunteered, and if somebody wants me to take one, that's something of my own free will. I haven't been told by TBI that I can't take one.
We all remember that moment when I put Sebastian's father, Seth, on the hot seat on national TV and asked him, would he be willing to take a polygraph? He said yes. He did take a polygraph. Straight back out to Seth Rogers. Joining us is Sebastian's father. And now joining us is a renowned polygrapher, Kendall Schule, former head of the entire FBI polygraph program in D.C., former special agent with the FBI in D.C. He is at Kendall Investigations. Did Seth Rogers pass his polygraph?
Yes, he did.
Okay, so I hope whoever has any questions about that, they could just watch that. So just going back to the beginning, medications could affect Katie's responses. So say, it's 8 days later, she has taken, some sort of a sedative or something to help her relieve some stress. That could cause her to have some flat reactions. But in my opinion, and it was also said on the panel, that Katie's reactions fall flat and feel rehearsed. And that's how I feel. I don't think that there was a big reaction because of a sedative she was taking, because she was still showing emotions, crying, rocking back and forth. She was feigning a lot of that, in my opinion. So I think it would be beneficial if Katie was drug tested, but I don't know if she was. And again, Josh said it too. Law enforcement has been extremely tight-lipped about all of this. It's not like they've told us heads or tails of really anything, or made heads or tails of it themselves. It sounds like they don't know what they're doing. And again, it's weird. April 9th, 2024 is the call, or April 9th, 2024 is when Chris says that he took the polygraph test. He says it was the FBI or the TBI, and I'm here to tell you those are not the same entities. They're completely different. One is the Federal Bureau of Investigations, and the other one is Tennessee Bureau of Investigations. So Bureau of Investigations on a state level, Bureau of Investigations on a federal level, definitely not the same. Day 2 or 3, Katie passed the polygraph, no problem, according to Chris. And then on April 9th, he was given a polygraph of 13 questions and he passed. And then he goes on to talk badly about Seth. Again, after he obviously passed his test, and Nancy confirmed that he did pass his test with a world-renowned expert, Kendall Schule, who was the polygraphist, not polygrapher, Chris, May 7th, 2024. So we get confirmation that Seth did, in fact, pass the polygraph. And all we have is really Chris's words, which he hasn't proved to be reliable, consistent, truthful, honest in any fashion, you know. Good night, Lori. Thanks for being here. Good night. Good night. Doesn't it seem like he is surprised he passed based on the inflection in his voice? A little bit, Sammy, a little bit. He was he's like, well, you know, and I passed, you know. Yeah, I think so. I think so. And why would he think Seth would fail? You know, I just think that it's taking the heat off of himself and putting it onto someone else. I really do, and I think it really upset Chris that other people like Seth, right? People like Seth. He is way more likable. He's more straightforward, right? He's not a colossal asshole, and you know, and that's not to say that he can't be one. It's like anybody, you know, but he's really just focused on finding Sebastian. And then you have Chris and Katie, who, in my opinion, are not worried about finding Sebastian. They're worried about, you know, pointing the finger at each other. And even Sebastian pointing the finger at him, you know, blame Sebastian theory. Yeah, and, you know, I agree. Sasha says CP and KP probably couldn't stand how honest Sebastian really is, my opinion. I mean, that could have definitely set them off. A lot of times the truth tellers in the family are the most hated ones because they will be honest and truthful. I know, show poodles. I share the disdain. Poor Seth, it's so unfair. I agree. And I think they've tried to frame him multiple times and put the blame on him, especially when you have the creators that they picked, that even Chris was last on that panel and she was, you know, peddling bullshit to her subscribers. Again, today, just today. Well, Seth didn't pass his polygraph. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. You know, I'm sorry that you don't like that outcome, but that is what the truth is, you know? And Seclusion Work says, really, Chris, still floating that lie on Nancy Grace. Deceptive, are we? Definitely. Definitely. And he has the other people pushing it for him too, still to this day. And I could never do that. I could never do that. I respect you all way too much to do that. I would never insult your intelligence in that fashion. And I'm sorry that those other people deal with that, but it's unbelievable. I mean, how much more do they need, right? And I just think to myself, and then I think, you know, they're doing it on purpose. They're saying those things on purpose. You know, they know it's not true. Yeah, he took one with Ellie that he made sure he would pass. Well, and that's the thing, just a very easy, Carla, you know, in my opinion, test, right? It wasn't something that was daunting like we're going to hear about from Seth. So I'll just play this next clip for us.
Okay, Seth Rogers, tell me about going and taking the polygraph. We want to hear every single word, because I've got a stack of nasty online posts about you failing, about you not going, blah, blah, blah. A lot of trolls chiming in. Let's get to the truth of that polygraph. Seth, what happened?
I showed up early for the polygraph. Mr. Kendall contacted me and told me that he'd be there well before the time that we had stated. So I showed up and I sat in the chair and let him attach those things to me and took the polygraph.
Have you ever had a polygraph before?
No, ma'am.
And what kind of questions did the polygrapher Kendall Schewel ask you?
If I had ever wanted to harm anybody, if I ever wanted to hurt my son, if I had ever hurt my son, if I'd ever had anything to do with his disappearance.
Question. You said they hooked you up. What do you mean by that, Seth Rogers?
They put things on my hands. They wrapped cords around me. They had a blood pressure cuff on me to measure my blood pressure, measure my heart rate, my breathing rate, things like that.
How long did it take?
It took a minute.
It took 60 seconds. Could you be precise or more precise? How long do you think it took?
We were there for 3 hours, 4 hours.
That's about right. It's not easy.
Unless the TBI is administering it to their friends, then it's real simple.
Tell me hey, give me some time, we'll put it together. Ooh, April 9th, I think, was the date. It was a Tuesday. We kept it very quiet. The FBI Polygraph, there's TBIs, the FBI, I think they're all the same, honestly.
Yeah, I don't know how those certifications work, but I know what you're talking about.
So, my wife got a polygraph by day 2 or day 3 of the investigation.
Right, yeah.
She passed. No problem. I get my polygraph test. We keep it quiet. The lady who did hers cannot do mine because we said we don't want any chance of somebody saying it was a biased opinion type situation. Her boss, and the other polygrapher, all three come together, make my questions.
Right.
My wife got 5, and I got 13 fucking questions.
Oh.
I'm like, really? I'm whatever. I don't give a shit.
Oh, yeah.
So I go and take my polygraph test, and I passed. Seth, on the other hand, goes and takes a fucking polygraph test with Nancy Grace. Knowing that motherfucker's gonna fail, he falls asleep.
Oh, God.
Oh, yeah. They said, well, it's inconclusive because he keeps falling asleep.
How does it with us? Out to Kendall Schule, as I told you, former head of the entire FBI polygraph program in D.C. Kendall, thank you. When we put out the word that Seth Rogers would take a polygraph, we contacted you because of your reputation. You quickly agreed, and I thank you for that. Again, this was not free. He was paid to do the polygraph. He owes nothing to anybody, and therefore was not swayed one way or the other. He had never met Seth Rogers before in his life. Mr. Schule, I've looked very carefully at your polygraph report right here. Number one, you start off by saying it was conducted using a comparison question format that meets U.S. government standards. What is a comparison question format? What is that?
It's a format that's well accepted by the polygraph community, particularly the American Polygraph Association. There are certain formats that we can use that are more acceptable, that we know are more reliable, and this was one of those. Certainly a test format that I would want to use to make sure we're doing everything right to get the correct results. And this is again a format of polygraph that is widely accepted as a standard in the FBI world and in the polygraph world in general.
So it seems like, and the polygrapher was very confident with his findings, but he's the only one on record, that has taken one, and that the results have been shared publicly.
Sorry, guys, I must have caught that off a little bit early, but Josh was saying that Seth's results were shared publicly, right? But we still have Chris smearing Seth to Jules, the K9 handler, on May 1st. So, I mean, he's completely smearing him behind his back. What's the point of that, So Back to the beginning where Nancy's talking about the polygraph and asking Seth about his experience. He says that he showed up when he was asked, right? Kendall contacted him. He showed up, met him there. He sat down in the chair, got hooked up to the polygraph. And then the blood pressure cuff and everything was to monitor his vitals, but they also put, things on your fingers to monitor your heart rate and things like that. So your pulse, things like that. And he was asked a bunch of questions, but some of the ones he mentioned was if he ever wanted to harm someone, had he ever harmed someone, had he ever harmed his son, does he have anything to do with Sebastian's disappearance, right? But he was there for 3.5 to 4 hours, so I'm sure it was very thorough. And it sounds like it was based on what Kendall Schul says. Well, first of all, he was paid to perform his services. He was not swayed in any way, according to Nancy Grace. He used a question comparison format that is more reliable and is accepted through the American Polygraph Association. And again, it sets the standard for polygraphs in general in the polygraph world or realm. And also with the FBI, it's widely accepted as the best format to be the most reliable. So, there's trolls chiming in saying this about Seth, that about Seth. But CP is focused on the number of questions asked and smearing Seth while he's talking to Jules, right? And he lies about Seth passing the polygraph. And, with Seth being as honest as he is, I do remember him going on Pascal and letting us all know, like, hey, the first time I went to take the polygraph, I did fall asleep. But you have to remember, this man has been relentlessly searching for his son. And they're putting him in a very comfortable position because they also want you to be calm when they're administering this test, and they make sure of that. So I can see why he would fall asleep during this. And he was very honest and forthcoming about that. And I'm sure that the narcissist, being who they are going to use that against you. Your honesty, your genuine authenticity, they will use that against you because they are terribly jealous that you have the integrity that they never ever would have or do have or will have. I'm sorry, Sammy, I don't think he passed the polygraph. I don't, and if he did, it was a softball polygraph. 13 questions. What standard was he held to? Because we know that Nancy Grace is not going to let anybody be held to any less of a standard. I mean, she got the very best that she could have gotten, in my opinion. I worry too. Holly S., good to see you. I do too. And thank you for the green hearts. I'm just glad he has that determination, I want Nancy to cover Sebastian again too, Holly S. Show poodles, it's okay. It's just to the point of frustration. But dislike is a better word. How can Katie only have 5 questions? What the fuck? I know, Carla. How it just shows how the investigation was really run, right? They weren't getting down to the nitty gritty with 5 questions. That's for damn sure. It feels like they are holding us all hostage, makes it uncomfortable to imagine how Seth feels. I agree, and I feel like they enjoy it. I really do. I think they enjoy making others uncomfortable and hurting others. It brings them joy, in my opinion. Show Poodle says, SI officer, my neighbor and I talk about him several times a day. Heck, my horses, dogs, and cats know the whole situation. Aw. Yeah, so does Beagles. He knows all about it. Thanks, Megan, for dropping Nancy's link. SI officer says, show Poodles, I know. We got to figure it out, At Night stated that all 3 passed in one and their ex posts. Yeah, they did. They did say that. But again, I want to see it, and if I'm giving Katie enough grace to say I want to see the data from her iWatch that proves that her heart rate was elevated at 3 a.m., then I have to definitely say that I need to see the proof from them too, sadomasochistic behavior, absolutely, SI officer, and an enjoyment of others' pain and getting off on it quite literally. Very sick individuals, very, very sick individuals who have those proclivities. Hey, Christine, good to see you. Christine says, Chris keeps us confused by suggesting what couldn't have happened to deflect from what could have happened, in my opinion. I agree with that too. Yeah, and instead of just keeping it about his polygraph, he brings in Katie's polygraph, and then he brings in Seth's polygraph, and it's definite deflection. I agree. And always, taking the blame off of himself, which I would do as well if I was innocent, but I would also be giving the receipts to back it up, Okay, guys, let me go ahead to this next clip here. Yeah, because we have quite a bit to go.
Did the mom take one?
They all claim to have taken one, but Seth's was administered through Nancy Grace and her connections.
Seth is the dad.
Seth is the dad, not Chris.
Not the stepdad.
Yeah.
Has the stepdad taken one?
He claims that he has there, but it's just like Dawn and Candace. We don't know, yeah. They claim they have, but nobody's confirmed. And let me ask you this really quick. Do you think it would be advantageous of law enforcement to tell if people are like have alibis or if they're, not focused on that direction?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, we go back to, investigations 101. Look what happened with Madeline, the gal in Florida, and look what Soto. What did the law enforcement authorities do immediately in both of those cases? Okay. They went to the public and they said, and by the way, this person is a person of interest. We're not saying they did it. We're just saying we're investigating them. Okay. And what happened? You had all these people start calling in and say, you know what? I saw that guy down by the donut shop, then down by the bridge where the child was ultimately found with a rock tied around her neck in the water. Okay. And that guy ended up being the main guy. The longer they hold back information that they feel is suspicious and they don't put it into the environment. Now, there are some things that are what is called holdback. The longer it takes, the more confident the suspect becomes and the less advantageous the less advantage the investigators have.
Yeah.
Okay? And so you need to put information into the public. It is the public who solves these crimes. It is the public who will pick up the phone and say, hey, I need to tell you something. And that's how it works.
Yeah. Well, and I'll tell you that the similarities between the two press conferences between Summer Wells and Sebastian Rogers, they're cookie cutter. And it's disheartening. I also know that it's hard to find people when they go missing. I know that it is. I know that it's a daunting task. And especially when there are people out there that don't want somebody found. Some people are particularly good at hiding people, children especially. And so, I'd like to keep that in the back of my mind as well. Let's
but
go ahead, Chris.
You have to remember, I'm coming into this pretty blind.
Yes.
It would be very, very important for me to understand, and for everyone here, if they don't already, to understand the dynamics between the principal players on this stage at this moment, right?
Okay.
So what are the dynamics between mother and child, father and child, stepfather and child, and then with each other?
Dr. Gary, are you telling me that it's important to know some backstory of people's history and the way that they have been? Okay, it is?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure because I get hammered for that one a lot. Very good question. So
It's very important because right now we've got it's like two circles, right? We've got the domestic possibility, well, three circles: the domestic possibility, the accident possibility, and the someone came in and took him possibility.
Mm.
And the one that is sort of blinking the most red is the inside the house thing,
Yeah.
right? Based on what I'm hearing so far, Chris, I think you'd agree that cannot be removed. There's nothing to eliminate that as an option.
Correct.
Do you feel like that he was ever a burden at all on you or your relationship, either one of you?
Was my stepson a burden in my marriage?
Yeah.
No.
Oh.
No. No. The burden, so what has always been a struggle, and anybody who's married and has, you're a step parent, okay, that struggle of being able to, yes, very much. And then you've got discipline on top of it, and, what you can do, what you can't do, because you've got the other parent and this parent. That's always a struggle. When you can get on the same page with each other,
Mm-hmm.
and finally everybody understands it,
right,
man, it is a beautiful picture. Beautiful. Now, am I saying everything's sunshine and rainbows? No, it's not.
right.
But it ain't high tides and tsunamis either.
Okay. And again, way too long for Katie to answer that question. Investigations 101 with Chris McDoungh. Tell the public enough to help, right? The longer you hold back information, the more confident the suspect becomes. There is some to hold back, but it becomes less advantageous for law enforcement to hold back too much information. Key details that only the suspect would know would be maybe something that you would hold back. However, the longer you withhold that information from people who can help or people who know something, it's a disadvantage. Sebastian Rogers' case is like Summer Wells 2.0, and you're going to hear the experts chime in on that as well here in a little bit. Josh brings up a good point about people who don't want someone found and could they have him hidden. So I think that was very smart of Josh to think of that early on. What are the family dynamics and why is it important? Because we're trying to figure out what happened to Sebastian. So the domestic possibility or the possibility of it being an inside job is very strong in the situation. When we have a mother, we see them out to eat, they are not having the greatest dinner, or they would be laughing and joking and having a good time. Instead, she's scolding Sebastian, in my opinion. And then when she's asked if he was ever a burden on her relationship, she doesn't answer. Instead, she waits, and Chris repeats the question back to Smiley, and Katie says no, finally. After Chris does, and then Chris brings it back to disciplining and being on the same page with all of the parents. And I find that to be very interesting because obviously he was not happy with that dynamic. When we have a mother and a son who seem to have a major disconnect because the stepfather does not like this young man. And I feel very confident saying that at this juncture, that it's safe to say that with the ultimatums that were given, that Sebastian was not wanted like he should have been. And that breaks my heart to say it, but it's the truth. So On the flip side of that, we have Sebastian going to live with his father, who is trying to get him into programs in his area, and Sebastian is waitlisted. But then all the while we have CPS involvement. Stepdad is again with the discipline. Sebastian's always in trouble. It seems like he can never do anything right, and he's always in trouble for something. Those dynamics are very, very dark, disturbing, and scary when we think of other cases and we compare them. Thanks, SI officer. We need to speak up and be the voice for Sebastian. This is so wrong, and it's unacceptable. I agree, SI officer. I do. It's absolutely ridiculous at this point. She was furious over something, right? Seclusion. She's like, you know what I mean? And like telling him something. And then he was, withdrawn. I'm glad that we can see his reactions more than we can see Katie's, but just her body movements and her gestures are enough, Show Poodle says, what a liar, in my opinion. SI officer says, yes, all of the family that day, in my opinion, was behind the scenes and doing what exactly? And I don't see them enjoying dinner. What family fun? What a day of family fun. Yeah, I agree. And it's absolutely starts out that way as well, right? Sebastian looks overwhelmed already, got his hands over his ears when he goes in. They sit down, they have the rolls at the table, and he goes to point at the machine. Can I play that? She throws the menu across the table, and she did. She flung it across the table, and she didn't look happy. It was like, here, order your food. Let's go. And that's not a fun, relaxed evening, in my opinion. Yes, I'm still on, Kelly. Yes, I am. Carla says, someone has to come in for this case, and Seth can't even do a civil lawsuit. His credit and dad have to agree to that as well. It's bullcrap. Oh, exactly. I agree, Carla. And I think it's also equally as crappy that they won't allow us to know what was really happening to Sebastian. Although I'm not sure that we want to, right? Because I think it's bad enough when a father tells us, this is the second time that Seth has said, look, if you knew what was in the reports, you wouldn't be able to sleep at night. It's that bad. Psychopathic behaviors. And we've had to read between the lines in this case. And if I'm reading between the lines, that says a lot to me. Psychopathic behavior, and I would have nightmares thinking about what happened to Sebastian, knowing what happened to him. It's enough to make you sick, barf bag engaged. Because, and it makes you want to, figure out why no one has done anything about this. Okay, guys, let's go to this next clip here.
So I think the simplest thing in Occam's razor is, before you think serial predator, because you wouldn't just take one child, right? You'd be a serial type to do it. Why else would you take the child if it wasn't for serial sexual offenses or something like that? So you'd already be thinking very improbable, right? There's like less than 200 serial killers probably active in the country at any given time, right? What's the probability of that? What's the probability of some serial sex offender when you don't have a whole spate of other kids being taken in the immediate area? You're already thinking very improbable, right? Yeah, just like in the Summer Wells story. So that one doesn't really ring true. The wandered out, there are a lot of things that already don't make sense. I mean, was this kid, did he have shoes on? Did he get dressed and go out in the middle of the night? Like, how does she not hear the door open, but she hears the thud? She doesn't hear him like out in the yard. Does he not make noise? Most autistic children can make vocal tics or have certain noises that they make, or they're very characteristic, or their dread because you've become accustomed to watching everything they do, so you don't have to worry about them. It's all very odd. What seems to be blinking red is it's coming from inside the house. So if that's true, we need to understand the Shakespearean dynamics that may have been going on, because in my experience, when there's a domestic situation and you're eliminating someone, or someone has died accidentally and you're hiding it, you have to understand why it would be advantageous to have that person out of the way, or what it might symbolize to take that child in the dynamics of the family. So I have to understand what's going on. Chris, do you want to take all these dynamics? Because I don't know them yet.
Now, I don't know all of them. I mean, Josh and I have talked about it. I think we talked about it one other time I was on your program, Josh, a while ago. But I've been so busy on other capers that I've been just, following this thing, watching on how it's developing. And again, I go back, to your point, Gary, that you have to do what they call a victim risk continuum. And
that's what I'm doing. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. That is telling us, hey, don't leave that house yet. Because I mean, if you take into all the dynamics in relationship to, the moving parts and the twists and turns and all that other stuff, that's just noise. It's just a lot of noise. Okay. And where investigators, they get tied up in all the noise and they forget that there's a big banging drum right there in the living room. Okay. And so that's where it's really important to pay attention to those very small nuances, which we're doing here with this interview.
Right.
And then the very small, the things that the central nervous system and she can't control a lot of things when you're closing your eyes and you're thinking, or you're looking up and you're remembering. There's a lot of things in there by watching and listening. And does the brain release the same information through the mouth that the body is saying? And if the answer is no, then you stay with that and you try to find out why. To that point, the question should have been, well, how did you know that? How did you know? Okay, well, I went in to look for him. If I remember right, Josh, I went in to look for him at 6 a.m. Okay, but then how do you know he left? And you've got to get that granular in the conversation, because that's how you will figure this out. And they may have suspicions, the agency, I'm sure they do. But the child here becomes first and foremost, and the other problems, you deal with them as you present. Remember, you're looking at information always. You're not looking at the person. You're not looking at the mom or the dad. You're looking at the information they're providing, and then you're evaluating that to the person. Is it lining up?
Okay, guys. So looking at the info that they're providing rather than the person, and that could also go to not having an unconscious bias, right? So if you're looking at a person who is nice looking, clean cut, you're less likely to think that they could be involved in something like this, right? A Shakespearean tragedy, something like this. It's awful, right? It's just awful, and you don't want to think that the parents could have something to do with this at all, either one of them, or if we step foot into that, you just wouldn't want to think of that, right? You would rather think of someone coming in the night, that a bad guy, like a serial killer, which is a very low probability, a serial SO, very low probability, right? Sebastian wandering off with no shoes. You didn't hear the door open. He wasn't caught on camera. Again, not probable, right? So we look at these dynamics, Shakespearean dynamics, the making of a tragedy. We have to first understand what was going on and what could have prompted something like this to happen, right? Whether we think about registered SOs in the neighborhood, I'm not saying those people shouldn't have been someone who was investigated, but once we did that, again, just like Chris said, it all is going back to the house, right? Don't leave the house. Something is telling us that, right? Tune out the noise and don't forget the banging drum that is in the living room. So well said. So well said. And when the language that is coming out of Katie's mouth is not matching up with her body language, it causes us to pause and say, why is that? A great question to ask. How do you know that Sebastian left? Not one single person that I know of, and help me out in the chat, correct me if I'm wrong, has asked Katie that question. How do we know that Sebastian left? How do you know that, Katie? You were the last one with him. So again, it's not to bash Katie, but she is the last one that was with her son. So when we're calculating the risk of what could have happened to Sebastian, we're left back with Katie, who was the last one in the home with him. Because Sebastian, the child, in this situation should always be first and foremost. We should always be wondering what happened to him, not if we're going to offend the parents. And of course, I do agree that we need to look at the facts and the information and tune out all the noise, because there is quite a bit of noise, and it's not good to have, whether it's coming from, you know, any of us creators, the media, any of that. I fear that, Carla, and I hope that isn't true. But I do fear that. Carla says, OMG, I probably would be in a plane coming for Chris if I knew. Yeah, no, I understand that. Christine says, poor Sebastian had to spend Sunday with a bunch of young girls with Chris's family. Ew, so much fun. Such fun. Yeah, and I understand, you know, I'm sure that wasn't Sebastian's favorite day. I mean, you know, it seemed like Sebastian was made to do a lot of things that most mothers would have accommodated him in the ways because of his autism and the chromosome deletion, and they would have set accommodations and concessions for and had compassion, but I don't see that here. And it's very sad. And it's quite shocking in my opinion, because even if we explore that dynamic, you know, Katie doesn't seem to be terribly worried about Sebastian's difficulties, or understanding that there are some things that would stress him out. A lot of parents would try to, again, protect and, you know, make special concessions for, but it seems like Sebastian was always looking at his mother for direction, and she wasn't accommodating him, he was accommodating her, if that makes sense. That's what I saw in the Texas Roadhouse video. Bye, little Miss Sharon. Have a great birthday dinner. Thank you for being here. Oh my goodness. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Kelly says, such lies out of CP's own mouth about how they had such a fun afternoon. Garbage. She was on him all day, in my opinion. Well, and again, you know, knowing that bowling league is every Sunday, and then telling him we're going to go bowling. I mean, was she trying to make him melt down is what I wonder about. You know, Kelly, thanks for your comment. And that's what I worry about. SI officer says some of this makes you wonder in regards to KP and her mother's abuse, and possibly KP Sebastian. Just another, sorry, but I lost you there. Oh, there we go. Okay. Just another angle to observe. Yeah. And I think that's why it was important for Dr. Gary and Chris McDoungh to understand that dynamic, right? And they're going to talk about that a little bit more, but it is something that's important to understand and rule out if there was anything like that going on. I absolutely agree. And again, it's not about comfortability for the parents. It's about finding Sebastian. What happened? Kathy at Bartholomew says, in my opinion, didn't Seth have a shoulder injury at the time and taking meds for pain? Am I misremembering? No, you're right. Actually, I forgot about that. I have taken that particular medication for nerve pain, and it kicks your butt. It kicks your butt. And I mean, everybody's different, you know, but You're absolutely correct. Thanks, Kathy, for reminding us of that. And that's another thing. And then add to the stress level and everything, you know. I'm glad you're here, Seclusion Works. Show Poodle says Seth and KK turned out to be her mother, or Seth said KK turned out to be her mother, makes you have the scary thoughts, in my opinion. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Well, and I think it's, you know, a lot to do with not protecting Sebastian the way that Katie's mother did not protect her, too, you know? Oh, absolutely. Christine says Adidas style pants with the stripes should stand out like high visibility. Absolutely. And I think I think it would have. Some of them even have like reflective qualities, and even it just being that bright white, you know, in the dark. Absolutely, Christine. That's a great point. Haunting Hope says exactly, Lady Freedom, in my opinion, seems like Sebastian just rained on her parade from day one. I think she's just a selfish POS who wanted free of him. Yeah, Haunting Hope, I feel that way as well. I do. I love your name, by the way. That is really cool. Sometimes I feel like haunted by hope in my own way. You know, but it's not a bad thing. But I agree with you. I mean, if I would have never watched this interaction, and I understand that I cannot make a full understanding out of one interaction that we don't have audio for, you know, I can't hear the context of things. But when you're just looking at that one's the one where she's just, you know, giving him the 1-2. I think anybody could kind of look at that objectively if I said, hey, let me show you this, and what do you think is happening in this picture? And I just showed them the clip that I played over Josh's live. I think that most people would say the same thing, like, okay, this young man is in trouble. He did something. We don't know what he did, because obviously he was sitting there eating and he wasn't doing anything wrong. But this mother is upset, obviously. And I think that we could all look at that and you know, if we have brain cells, it would require some sort of brain cells. So, you know, haters, get with the program if you're going to answer on that one. But I mean, really, you can tell that she's telling him something in not so happy of a way, in my opinion. Okay, guys, and now I'm just going to play this next one because, yeah, I have a few more for us.
Right. And you've also got to think, Chris, of who would benefit.
Yeah.
Who would benefit? Does somebody get a windfall? Is there somebody who told another person that it was an impediment to the romance, that this is a very difficult thing to do all the time? It's a burden. You know, was somebody ashamed of him? Did somebody feel that it was costing too much money to take care of him? You know, was there? So in other words, I have to understand all the dynamics to understand the motive, and that's where I think walking through the three principal players here, which sounds to me like the stepfather and this couple.
Well, Gary, what the motive always presents itself, right? I mean, at some point,
there's always a motive,
right? But not necessarily. I mean, sometimes, you know, people, as you know, will strike out, and next thing you know it, you know, somebody's dead. I mean, that's what manslaughter.
That's a motive in and of itself, emotionality or reactivity.
Okay,
but that's what I'm saying. But I think what you mean is the kind of like where there's malice, a forethought kind of a motive, and that's possible. Yeah. But you know that in the work I do, I'm very interested in the whole spectrum, right? From people who act out emotionally to the meticulously cruel. But what this smells like so far is an elimination situation. Right? It's like an elimination situation and a cover-up story, although I can't prove it. And if that is true, we have to understand who benefited and what was being impeded by this child being alive. But this is a very dark path to go down, because it may turn out that this child wandered off or was taken, and this family is devastated, and so we can't.
I don't think the child was taken. You know what I mean by that, by a stranger.
Yeah, extremely improbable.
I've taken that off my plate, you know, right away. Now, could he have been handed off? Possible.
But I think we would agree, very improbable. The most probable supposition seems to be it was from inside the house.
Right. So we have to look at the totality of that circle. Who had access to that house? Elizabeth Smart's a good example, right, Gary?
Yes, absolutely.
Where it was the handyman. You know, who in the family circle has access to that house? Who in the outer, you know, the secondary band has access to that house. And the authorities, I'm sure of it, are flushing through those pieces of the puzzle. But I don't want to.
Well, I guess we'll let Josh to break it all down because
let me let them break it down for you first, and then I'll tell you.
Oh, you have footage of them. Okay, great.
Well, yeah, they talk about their beautiful, wonderful coexistence, their wonderful relationship, how they just work as a cohesive unit.
No sign of him on any video throughout the community. Thousands of miles logged by law enforcement, canines, helicopters, even dive teams, and no sign of him. Chris and Katie tell me they've been harassed, people pointing fingers at them.
You're not in this situation. You don't quite understand. I wish people would step back, take a different wide open view, and not assume what they know. It's just better to stick to the facts.
Are you both in the clear?
I can tell you that Mom, myself, and the father have worked very fully and cooperatively with all agencies across the board. We have anything that they've wanted, we have provided.
What do you want to say to Sebastian? What do you want him to hear from you right now?
That we love you so much and we want you to come home and you're not in trouble.
All right, well, maybe they don't talk about it in this clip. This clip seems to be rather edited, but what they say here when they asked about the relationship between, the parents is that that Seth is an active father in Sebastian's life, that he would go with him. Sebastian would go with Seth every other weekend, but that Sebastian was gonna, at the end of this school year, going to go live with his biological father. And that,
and when was that supposed to happen?
At the end of this school year.
I think that has to have a pin stuck in it.
Yeah. And also listen to these two comments. I just want my baby to be okay. I don't know where he is at. Now think about that. The first one, an investigator could say, well, do you think he isn't? You think he isn't okay? Help me understand that. And then the second one is, I don't know where he is at. Okay. Why would you say that? You see, from an investigative analysis point, you want to ask that question because if there's jeopardy there, you'd be surprised how many people would turn and look at you and go, I didn't mean to hurt him. Or I didn't mean this, or I don't know, if ABC or 1, 2, 3 did WXYZ. That can just keep going for miles in a conversation. But the fact that that statement in of itself was given, and then there's this body motion going on with the eyes closed, and the heavy breathing, and then they're opening and they're, the thought process going on here. Those are all signs of deception.
Yeah. So all signs of deception, right? So we're getting deep into it now, and the panelists are now saying, okay, let's look at motive, right? So who would benefit from Sebastian's disappearance? A very important question to analyze. Chris did give Katie an ultimatum, right? It's either him or me. So we already know that is an issue. It smells like an elimination situation is what Dr. Gary says. He says, but that is a very dark path to go down because we don't have proof. But I think at this juncture, we do. I think we do have enough proof to say that this really dark path that we're going down is the correct path to go down because all of the other paths have ended in a dead end. It's not the path that I would have liked either. But I can't help but go down that path. Who had access to the home? So like with Elizabeth Smart, it was a worker. Was there family or friends that had also access to the home? According to Katie and Chris, no one had access to their home besides the three of them. And Sebastian only had access to the front door code, right? He knew the code to the front door. He didn't have a key to any of the other doors, according to Chris and Katie. Now we hear some distancing language from Mr. Proudfoot saying, Mom, referring to Katie, myself, and then he calls Seth the father, right? So he is himself and he's distancing the father and the mom, right? The mom and the father are over here and this is where I am, distancing. Katie says, you're not in trouble. That has always bothered me, right? Because also in this interview, Chris says, and he wasn't even in trouble, you know, and Katie's like, you're not in trouble, come home, you know, bullshit. Sebastian was scheduled to live with Seth at the end of the school year of 2024, right? So like, I'm not sure about the school schedule, so, you know, don't hold me to this, but, you know, sometime in June, when summer hits, right, or maybe the end of May, mid-May, school lets out, and he was supposed to go live with Seth then, and then he was to start online courses. Some interesting statements that were analyzed. I just want my baby to be okay, and I don't know where he's at. Definitely gives me really, really strong Chris Watts vibes when he's doing the interview on the porch and he's, you know, got his arms like this, right, which is defensive as it is. And he's just like, yeah, you know, the house was so, you know, quiet without them. I just want them home. If they're out there, I want them back. You know, very reminiscent of what he said. But I can't help but wonder, and this is great because, again, I've never thought of this before. Chris McDoungh brings up a wonderful point. Did law enforcement ask the right questions, right? It's like dealing with someone who is being extremely untruthful with you. And if you do not ask that person the right questions, then they're not going to give you the desired answer that you're looking for. Right? So why would you say that, Katie? So I just want my baby to be okay. Well, why would you say that? You don't think he's okay? You know, can you help me understand that? Also, I don't know where he's at, right? Well, why would you say that? You don't know where he's at? Help me understand that. Just a few follow-up questions. And Chris, in his experience, says, you know, you'd be surprised what comes out of the person's mouth next when they're asked these questions to better help understand. And, you know, we've watched Chris McDoungh in action, and he is very good at talking with people, making them feel understood, but he also doesn't forget to ask those little questions afterwards. Like, okay, so you think this, all right, well, why is that? And there's nothing wrong with that. It's not being argumentative. It's just a follow-up question. And I would hope that if my child was missing, they would be asking those questions, right? I'm just going to go back up in the chat. CP had motive, KP had opportunity. Yeah, Michelle, I agree. I think that Chris definitely pushed the motive, right? It's either him or me. Either you want to be with me or you want Sebastian. And Katie made her choice, in my opinion. And I wish that wasn't the case, but we know that that was an ultimatum that was given. Carla says Chris Proudfoot would be if it would be, and Katie. I'm sorry, I probably read that wrong, Carla. The whole thing is appalling, this poor child. It really is, SI officer, especially when we're looking at this, you know? And it's just absolutely terrible. It really is. It really is. Christine says, I may be wrong, but it's not impossible that the so-called poker game was getting their stories right. Well, and they could have been having a meeting to plan it all out, Christine. I agree. I think that it's still remains to be seen what really actually happened there. And I don't know if my snowball theory is correct, that it was just everything piled up, or if something happened at the poker party, because that could have been, and it was a rushed planning of this, like, we got to do this now. I still haven't made my mind up on that, but for it to be premeditated in most areas, there has to be just the thought of it, right? Even right before. So it doesn't take much to call it premeditated. I'm still wondering how long, because for the longest time, I really thought that this had been planned out for quite a while. And then my timeline kind of shrank down a little bit to maybe they were planning it out since the last, or second to the last, CPS report, right? Because again, that snowball that's happening, there's all of these events that are just kind of building up and building up and building up, I think the yellow coat has something to do with it, Carla. I do. Because I mean, why does he have a picture of Sebastian on his phone? It's so weird. It's so weird. Hey, Nathan. Nathan said, could very well be, Christine. There were multiple players in this plan. Yes. And I always thought logistically, for all of this to work, and especially for Katie to have, not been involved in whatever transpired after she brought Sebastian out, in my opinion, that there would have to be multiple people involved in this, I would love that IML. I would love that, because I hope Chris and Dr. B, Josh revisit this case 100%. They're great, aren't they? I mean, all of the concepts that they're bringing up are just absolutely new to me, and it's just really nice to hear like a fresh perspective, even though this was, again, May 15th. Yes. So May 15th, this interview, and this is still very early on in the grand scheme of things. See, and I don't know how he ended up in the back seat, Carla, if he did, because he definitely got in the front seat at the Texas Roadhouse when we see him leaving. Nathan says, I do believe Green Hoodie is the key, regardless of what LE said. Green Hoodie's role almost think was to play Sebastian as a stand-in, accompanying Katie back home. I mean, there's got to be a reason that person waited by her car for almost 2 minutes, right? And then goes in there as if they had to use the bathroom. I think that's very odd. And there was definitely some sort of an interaction between Green Hoodie and Katie, in my opinion, from what we can see on the Texas Roadhouse footage. I agree. Christine says we're being clouded. Rule out the impossible and then only left with the truth. And, that's why I really appreciate this as kind of a timeline too, Christine, because I'm still working on that. I just want to make sure that we can weed out the noise. And what Chris McDoungh had said, I take that to heart. I take that seriously, right? Block out the noise, right? Get down to the facts, and then go from there, right? Don't look at Chris as an asshole that he is, right? Don't look at Katie as the petulant teenager that she portrays herself to be, but look at what they're saying and look at what their body language is saying to us. Forget that we don't necessarily like these people as people, right? And I think that's so important, because even us having that unconscious bias is not a good thing, because it could go either way, right? It can go in their favor or it can go to their detriment. And I still don't want to have that where I'm like, well, I don't really like what they said about Sebastian, so they're guilty, right? Because that's not fair, and it's not getting the facts, and it's not, really even proving anything, right? It's just all hearsay and opinion, speculation. But if we could get a really solid timeline of events, even to the point of where I'm willing to just say, look, Sebastian went to bed at 9 o'clock. That's when Katie is saying she saw her son last, 9 o'clock, right? To 6 a.m. and work in that timeline. because whether there was a noise, whether there was a thud, whether it was Sebastian, I told you to go to bed. I don't care what you're doing in there. Go to sleep. Or Bubba, did you fall out of the bed? No, ma'am. Whether it was one or the other is really irrelevant because it's only an hour, and an hour is a significant time period. But I think we could give them that 9 o'clock, right, and that extra hour, because we don't know that she didn't tell Sebastian to go to bed, and Katie wasn't having a little bit too much to drink at that point, and she went in there and harmed him. Whether it was unintentional or intentional, the outcome is the same. But I tend not to think that that's what happened in the house. I mean, I don't rule it out completely, but again, I don't think that's what happened, unfortunately. Hey, Lucy Day, good to see you. Thank you for hitting that like button. Okay, guys, and I'm just going to let you guys talk amongst yourselves a little bit more, too, because I'm going to get to these clips because we still have 5. But really, really good stuff here. Really, really good.
Not from the dad. I'm seeing it in the mom. The dad, what I'm seeing is an overbearing
stepdad.
The stepdad, yeah. In this video.
Yeah. Well, I guess it's important to know that this is his 5th marriage and he's in his early 40s.
Yeah, but that's okay. But what he's doing here is he is controlling the audience. Think about
He does that a lot whenever they speak, basically. I mean, that's kind of what he does. And
He doesn't move his eyes when he talks. He looks.
No, he doesn't. He does move his head though, Gary.
But his eyeballs are dead set on you. It's like talking to Manson with that stare. It's very controlling. It has a way of, it's like trance-like. But you're saying, Chris, the eyes don't move, but the head does? It's like
his
you look at the Mona Lisa, like, in the...
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you nailed the, his laser, right? That's still right there.
It's very controlling.
And he's talking about the community while shaking his head like, look, you've never been in this circumstance. I wish people would just step back. Okay. Well, how about people step forward? Your son's missing. How about that? Let's try that. Are you acceptive of that? I've had criminals look at me, and Gary gets, you get them on the other side, but I get them on the front side. Gary gets them on the back side.
I got them on all sides.
You get them in every side but loose, right? And then, but the fact that he's not being pressed by the reporter there, well, then he gets to create whatever he or she wants to say, and that's fine. But the problem with that is the authorities are watching this probably the way I'm watching this and going, oh, great. Another interview. We love it. More the merrier. Keep going.
Yeah.
So Josh, just to understand, he was going to go be with the biological father.
Correct.
And
yes.
What would that have meant for the relationship between the stepfather and her? Him being in the home or going to him? What is the significance of this event? This gets into a conversation like we had in our podcast about the significance of dates. As triggers. Yes.
And from what I understand is that Chris was working on Katie for her to agree to allow Sebastian to go live with him. That came from
the biological father wanted the child to go be with him.
Yes.
And was he angry about there being a stepfather?
I don't think so. Not from what I understand. And but yes, that Chris was quote unquote working on Katie for that situation. Now, like I said, they say that at the beginning that they were working together as a cohesive unit, which is their words, not mine. And Dr. Gary, you've said this before. It's kind of like when they talk about their relationship, they church it up, because subsequently, as this has all unfolded, their relationships between Katie and Chris and Seth it's not good. It's not a good relationship. Matter of fact, I played something on the show just the other day where Seth, or that where Chris was very upset with Seth and made the remark of, if he shares that, if he opens his mouth about this information, which he never specified what information, that Seth, he's going to make sure that Seth never opens his mouth again. Now, I played that on this show, and most people understood why. Some people said, why would you do that? And I think that when you're threatening somebody's life, especially when there's a missing child in the middle of this, that I think that that's important to know that, people, it's not what they want you to believe. And it has fallen apart. That the relationships, they vowed to work together, then that falls apart. Katie will not talk to Seth. Now, there's a whole other rabbit hole that we can go down with that. I don't want to get into those muddy waters, but I do believe that there is a great deal of resentment from Katie towards Seth, and that Sebastian may have been a reminder of that. And that is my opinion, but they won't even talk to each other.
You're suggesting that it isn't a situation where there would be some benefit to the child not being there anymore. It's more that there might have been some negative emotional feeling toward him.
Yeah, it's a constant reminder of, the past and what has transpired. There were some questionable things brought up because of their relationship when we're talking about age and things like that. And like I said, I don't want to get into all that because it is truly Sebastian is the one missing here, but it wasn't a rosy kind of situation between those two, especially when they split.
Okay, especially when they split up. I'm sorry, I keep cutting Josh off there. But, I have to agree with this. It was churched up, right? That was a really good way to put it. They churched it up a lot, the co-parenting relationship between, Chris, Katie, and Seth, right? And in the beginning, they made Seth sound like he was the best dad ever. And then they started smearing him behind the scenes. And then also publicly, in my opinion, right? Like Chris showing up to the vigil and saying, let's all work together. But it fell apart because of the lack of communication and the fact that it's very difficult to work with a narcissist, in my opinion. And I agree with the fact that there's a great deal of resentment with Katie and Seth, meaning that I think that Katie does have an amount of resentment towards Seth, and I don't understand it. I think it's more performative because she doesn't want the heat on her. So of course, let's smear Seth, and then nobody's going to be looking at me, they'll all look at him, right? So that's where I think that comes into play. And Seth could have, that resentment towards Seth, could have been looked at with Sebastian being that constant reminder of the resentment that Katie had. And so that could have been building as well, right? That could have been part of the snowball effect, in my opinion. So Chris McDoungh kind of is analyzing Chris Proudfoot and says, he seems very overbearing. And then Josh says, well, this is his fifth marriage, and he's in his early 40s. And so I think that's another piece where, Chris McDoungh says, okay, well, with that aside, he still seems like really overbearing, controlling, right? He wants to control the audience, manipulate the interviewer. He's very pointed in his statement that people need to step back, right? But then I love what Chris says here. He says, how about step forward, right? Your stepson is missing. Let's try that. And I couldn't agree more. Chris says something really interesting, which I thought that law enforcement would love to see these interviews too, because it's like, yeah, keep talking, right? Because obviously someone is going to act completely differently if they are in a room with a camera on them and they're being interrogated at the table with law enforcement than they would if they're in the privacy of their own home and talking on a podcast, or in the privacy of their own home with the news anchor sitting with them. It's going to be completely different. And we've witnessed that with our own two eyes when it comes to the statements and the way that they act, some of the things they would say on a podcast is not what they would have said to Nancy Grace, for example, or Vinny or any of them. They didn't even interview with Vinny, but they should love this, right? They should love hearing these people in a not so controlled environment and them speaking freely. But for some reason they don't give a crap. And that is very concerning to me. Very concerning, especially when I hear a seasoned homicide detective say, look, these interviews are awesome. We love these, right? Because we get to see more about who these people are. So when we have Seth, Stepfoot, and Katie, and that dynamic, again, Sebastian was supposed to be moving with his dad, Seth, moving in with him. Seth wanted his son to be there, right? He was absolutely on board with it, but Katie wasn't, and they were kind of working on Katie, right, to get her on the same page, working to agree that moving in with Seth would be a good idea, right? And Seth wanted to have his son come live with him, and Seth wasn't mad at Chris Proudfoot until he started hearing about the abuse that Sebastian was enduring, right? Like when Sebastian would come to Seth and say, you know, Dad, I don't think Mom and Mr. Chris like me very much. Or when he would come to them and come to his dad and say, I don't want to go back to Mom and Mr. Chris's, right? That would absolutely make me wonder, because kids usually, they want to be around their parents, right? Especially his mom. But if he thinks his mom doesn't like him, or, you know, they're being mean to him and making him sit in his room and, you know, acting as if he is a chore to them or a burden, well, of course, he's not going to want to go there. He's feeling unwanted. But I don't think Seth was necessarily mad at them until he realized what was happening to his son, and then he's missing. And also, they're going to get into this a little bit again, but we have to remember that when Sebastian was younger and living with Chris and Katie again, he fell victim to a predator under their watch, you know? So that right there, you know, it could be taken a couple different ways. Some people would say, well, you know, it's not like Chris or Katie did that to him. You know, it was this other kid, right? But it was in their care, you know, and then they weren't getting him the proper help that he deserved and needed. So a lot of things to consider there, right? But it's a far cry from the churched up version, in my opinion. And I agree with Josh wholeheartedly there, because, you know, they were absolutely hiding this ugly underbelly that poor Sebastian was living in. You know, it's like, sweep it under the rug. Don't let anybody know. And if Seth opens his mouth again, he'll never open it again, right? I mean, and that was a direct threat, and Chris was madder than a hornet. So, just very interesting when we think about that, right? And let's see. I think that's all I had on that one. Yeah, and like I said, I think that's probably where Seth was getting a little bit upset here, you know, when things were happening under their roof, and it was like, whoa, this is like really bad, right? It's not like Sebastian fell and skinned his knee at their house, right? I mean, it's absolutely horrific what happened to Sebastian. And then for Katie to not protect him and not seek out proper counseling, in my opinion, Katie probably didn't receive the proper counseling she needed if she's allowing for these things either, you know? Thank you, Nathan, for your super sticker. That's really sweet of you. Thank you. I'm just going to go up here just a little bit in the chat to read, guys. Hey, Tori Banks. Good to have you. Bye, Kathy. Have a good night. She never Carla says she never connected to Sebastian nor had motherly feelings. You know, it really makes me wonder, it makes me wonder. I like I said, I could look back on some pictures and see, you know, that pride in her face. But I wonder when Sebastian became too much for Katie. You know, I mean, it is a lot to deal with a narcissist like Chris, right? Because it's like having a big baby. You know, I saw Bullhorn Betty's background today, and it was Chris Proudfoot, and it was a baby, baby Chris, and I'm like, that's what he is. He's like absolutely. That's what you deal with, right? They're complaining constantly about something. Somebody wronged them, and oh my gosh, and you know, somebody they work with, or somebody at the grocery store. I mean, it's always somebody. You know, it's never them. Yeah, if the light was on their head, Michelle says that their hands would be free. Exactly. Yeah. Carla says Nathan Evil will rub off on you if you don't get away from it. Well, and you know what's funny is they call that catching fleas from the narcissist, right? Like where, you know, you deal with the narcissist so often that you start acting like them. And we're gonna go into that a little bit more with the analysis with you know, Dr. Gary and Chris McDoungh and Josh here, because you know, it's interesting that they picked up on that right away. And again, Dr. Gary didn't know this case very well at all at this point. Christine says, I've been here on this case every day since day one, and he only left out of the garage, in my opinion. So you think he went out, like out the garage door and closed it? See, I think her room is so close to that she would have heard it. That's the only reason you know, because it would be a quick. And then you have that house that's right next door, and they have the big floodlights on. And then the lights above the garage were supposedly on. No, he did not walk away. I mean, I think we could, you know, that's one thing that I can take off the table and feel good about it is because of the cameras in the neighborhood. And I don't think it was an abduction, unless Katie handed Sebastian to the abductor, right? Because then she went back with the flashlight, you know. Nathan says Carla with Ellie in the tank. I think only justice in this case will be from combustion within. Do you guys remember that movie Enemy of the State where the mobsters destroy each other? I do, Nathan. Wow, that's a great point. I never thought of it that way. Thank you. That's very interesting. And I do think that they will more than likely self-destruct, especially when they're not doing anything about any of the crazy stuff that they're pulling. You know, they have to feel quite invincible, and law enforcement is at that disadvantage that Chris McDough was talking about earlier, right? These guys feel like they've gotten away with murder, and then, you know, law enforcement is at the disadvantage, and that has to be terrible. I mean, I really don't know what they're thinking. Nathan says, in hindsight, I just feel like maybe Seth should have known his son was in grave danger. Yeah, I mean, I get that. And I don't like to explore the shoulda, woulda, couldas too much, because I know how difficult it is. And especially if you're the co-parent trying to go back to court and badmouth the parents who have primary custody. It's about the worst thing that you could do. It's like shooting yourself in the foot, because you're looked at like you're vindictive. And especially when you have these two, that's only going to like piss them off. So you're really just like kicking that hornet's nest, right? You're not really helping it. But I understand that, and I think that maybe Seth had those feelings. I don't know without asking him directly, but I think he did. He seemed to be a lot more in tune to like Sebastian's needs and feelings than most in this case. Well, with his teachers and stuff too, Nathan, I think that they really did value Sebastian, you know, I think he was more loved than what Chris and Katie let on, right? Because they don't value him, but so that's going to be their perspective. So it just makes me wonder about that. You know, hey, Mama Dukes, good to see you. Thank you for watching from the bushes. Oh, hey, I thought this was a great interview. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Just so much more of a more educated perspective, you know, so I'm loving it. I really do. I think it's great, especially when you have the investigative side and someone who's got all the experience there, and then also with the forensic psychology, it's like awesome. And then Josh also, he's so versed with the case, and he's kind of bringing in those dynamics as they're asking, and hey, like, here, let me show you this clip. And yeah, it's just really well done. And we won't get through all of it tonight, but tomorrow we'll carry on the rest. Okay, because I have 4 more clips for you guys.
And that Chris Proudfoot, who is very hyperactive. Okay, he's a bit of a wild card.
Well, I can't wait to see him. You have to remember, I haven't.
Yeah, he's
avoided wanting anything to do with, you know, but I'd like to see at this point.
He's a bit of a wild card, but some would consider him a bully. Some would consider. I think a lot of this, because we've heard a lot from a lot of people from his past, that, you know, he gets angry very easily, that he, you know, this or that, but a lot of it, I think, can be attributed to kind of him being backed into a corner. I have a sneaking suspicion that Chris Proudfoot is just not a nice guy, and that may be the long and short of it, and that he may not know what's going on, that he may be defending his wife blindly.
Did these people discipline this child harshly?
Yes, I believe that Chris Proudfoot had a CPS case opened up against him for hitting Sebastian or spanking him with a belt, and that Sebastian told a teacher that that's what happened, and then they got involved. But as far as where the case went, I don't know. It never turned into, and there was no punishment. And
just so that I understand, are there any other siblings?
No. Now, Chris Proudfoot has a daughter who I believe she's very young. I mean, I think she's 5 or 6, and he's in a custody battle with her, which he had a CPS case out of, I believe, New Mexico in that, and he's fighting for custody. He did not want Sebastian around his daughter.
Did you say he has a CPS case on his biological daughter?
I believe that there was a CPS case out of New Mexico. I don't know the details of it.
Shades of the Summer Wells case.
This is almost like you can lay it over top of each other.
We are. Right now everything is very dim, but there's like this moment in a case, and Chris, I know you know this feeling, where you suddenly realize that you're wading into very dark waters, that there's something that we're all not aware of that is very dark. And you smell it, don't you, as we start to get into these dynamics, that this is not some kind of tickety-boo Mary Poppins world here. And, you just have to kind of pause and think, And I wonder also, this child, he told a teacher that somebody had hurt him.
Yes, he did.
This reminds me of the Wells case, too, because in the Wells case, I've always been suspicious, since you guys introduced me to it, I've always been suspicious that in the Wells case, that part of the reason that it might have been necessary for her to be disappeared is that she might have told someone something that had happened to her, or there may have been marks on her or something like that. You know what I'm saying? And because that happens, like if a kid is about to go back to school and someone's going to see that, that's a problem, right?
Well, she was about to start school for the first time.
There you are. I mean, so that if she had marks on her, or if she was old enough to know to say to someone, I'm being touched in a way, a certain way, daddy does this, mommy does this, whatever, you sometimes have to eliminate the child because they, dead men tell no tales, as they say. And but so I think about things like that, so in other words, could something have been going on that this kid could have known or shared or said that would have made him very dangerous?
Yeah, I mean, Josh, you answer that one.
Yes, the answer is yes. However, the problem is there's so many rumors, right, that I just can't verify a lot of these
That's
things.
very important. Yes, to emphasize, this is all hearsay, right? We have no. Okay.
Well, we hear stuff from them out of their own mouths, and whether it's true or not is a lot of it is up for debate, because when you speak on these things so much, you're going to contradict yourself quite a bit. But sometimes they contradict themselves in a very, very major way. Especially like with the thud, and early on, Chris Proudfoot had said that he had taken a lie detector test. He had said it on Facebook, but then goes on Nancy Grace and says that he didn't take one. She offers him one. Then he says, well, law enforcement told me not to take one, which I've never heard of before. That may or may not be true. But let me play this for you really quick here.
Very dark waters.
Very dark waters, right? Very dark waters. And it just keeps getting darker. CP is a wild card, a bully. CP is not a nice guy, in my opinion, but he may just be defending his wife. And I did think of that in the beginning. I thought, maybe he's just overly anxious to defend Katie. Maybe he doesn't like the way that she's being treated, whatever. But as we go down, we realize, like Dr. Gary says, we are wading in very, very dark waters, and it smells of something very awful, right? When we get into these dynamics, like with Summer, was Summer going to tell, or did she tell someone what happened to her by her nasty old dad, Don Wells, that sick, disgusting fool? Very disgusting. But again, we see these same dynamics, and I agree with Dr. Gary. You can smell it, right? It's awful. It's dark. People are being threatened. We have law enforcement agents who are more concerned with YouTubers and what we're speculating on than getting us the proper facts. And then on top of that, they're more worried about coming after YouTubers for speculating and putting time, energy, and effort into those issues rather than finding out what happened to Sebastian. Very, very odd behavior, especially when we know now that there were 5 different CPS investigations, not including the one in New Mexico with Faith. No. There were 5 investigations just with Sebastian's household alone. And again, we're back to that main issue of Sebastian not being around Faith, and that they didn't want him around Faith, and that they even sent him to stay with Seth while Faith came for Christmas just that year prior. So a lot of horrible dynamics, right? Just right off the bat, they don't want Sebastian around. It's him or me. I mean, it is what it is, folks. It is what it is. Nathan says, would that not be sweet justice if someday Faith broke the case open and got justice for justice for her good friend Sebastian? That's too Hollywood, I know. That would be lovely, though. I would love to see that too, Nathan. That's a great thought, and I appreciate you for that, because I would love that, and I just can't imagine, even little children, and I know Faith isn't a baby, and I know that she's, she's not like a teenager either. She's kind of the in-between, right? But even little children can sense unfairness and injustice. And I can't imagine what she has to be thinking, right? Christine says, Nathan, love you, man, but one innocent child having his honor stripped is enough. Faith should be spared. Yeah, I know. I just see what you're saying too, Christine. You know, and I just wish law enforcement would just step it up, because I mean, again, we're hearing from these experts. I'm not an expert, so I value these opinions more than my own. And I honestly think that there are several reasons to think that Sebastian was not wanted and loved in that household. There's just way too many contributing factors, SI officer. I agree. Oh, yeah, Lizzie, I do like your new photo. Nice to see you. Michelle says, in my opinion, he eliminated what was keeping him from being back in the home, and he seems to be somebody that's not used to not having control. I agree with that. And I also think that he was definitely showing a vindictive nature when he was talking about Sebastian and his intentions. Well, he just wanted to get me kicked out of the house. And it's like, no, Sebastian, you're not. Well, I don't think that Sebastian wanted him kicked out of the house. What I do think is that he doesn't like the way that his mom was treated by Chris, and he doesn't like the way that he was treated by Chris. And for all I know, Chris maybe was smearing Seth as well, you know, and so he just didn't like those behaviors. He does, you know, I don't think there was any malice involved when it came to Sebastian. I think he wanted the crap to stop. And, you know, being somebody who's lived with a narcissist like that, that's exactly what you want. And it's got to be like nails on a chalkboard to someone who is on the spectrum. It's got to be completely awful. You know, I don't know what it's like to be on the spectrum, but I know what it's like to have PTSD from abuse. And I'm going to tell you, once that's on your radar, and once you've been directly affected by that trauma, you can sense it from a mile away, and it causes a visceral reaction within you, you know, and you can, you know, that, you know what it feels like, you know, because it brings you back to that time and that space. That's what PTSD does. But for somebody on the spectrum, it might be a little bit different in terms of it just being like unbearable, right? It's just unbearable. And I can't imagine what poor Sebastian went through dealing with Stepfoot, and then his mom acting like Stepfoot, right? Catching the fleas from him. Although when I look at Katie, I definitely see a lot of characteristics of a histrionic personality disorder. Again, I am not a licensed professional, or I have not graduated from anything, but I've taken a lot of psychology courses, as well as I've read the DSM-5. Okay. And so I will go ahead and play this next clip. So we have 3 more. We're going to get into some more rough dynamics here, guys. So just please be kind in the chat. Just remember that a lot of the stuff isn't easy. And honestly, we wouldn't be sitting here if there wasn't some of these dynamics present. So let's just tread a little bit lightly and be kind, and understand that when trauma happens to you when you're little, you cannot help that. And I know that Katie has put Sebastian into, in my opinion, very dangerous situations where he could have been harmed again in a SA manner. But just remember that, you know, we're all human and we all go through things. And so what happened to Katie when she was a child, in my opinion, is not her fault. And let's just remember that. But it does speak to the dynamic and what we're looking at in these dark waters.
Let's talk too, because he's highly functioning. I know you all have described him as having a form of autism.
He does.
But just describe that to our viewers too, as far as his way of thinking of things and maybe how determined he was about certain things, or his mindset.
He's got a stubborn mindset. If he believes it's this,
He gets on a 1 minute.
I want to point something out to the chat, you know, because look, we're on a limited time schedule here. I wish that I could break down every single piece of every single thing that has been said. And I will fill Dr. Gary in much more as this case continues. This won't be the last time that we discuss this.
We probably need a part 2.
Okay, but stop right there before you, right? Just 30 seconds. Don't move it. This is what they call mirroring. He is very controlling. The wife is mirroring the husband. She is not an independent thinker. He is dictating the entire conversation here, and she is going to mirror everything he does. Look at the hand motions. Look at their heads. They're both looking down. They both have their hands in front, and they're both making a point. But who started the conversation? The question was asked to the mother. The father took over the conversation, and she mirrored right along with him as to how the messaging was going to get out.
You know, it's like a baby cult, a cult of one, you know.
Well, that tells me, that tells us, you want to separate these two, get them out in separate interview rooms.
Correct.
And you want to find out what kind of abuse she's ever experienced in her life. And you want to go all the way back to when she was a child.
Well, do you want me to discuss that?
I don't know. I don't know the totality of what's in her past or his.
So I leaked the phone call. I told you about this. There was a conversation that was had where there were some threatening things made. I wasn't the only one that had the conversation. It was in reference to Katie's past and the abuse that she suffered at the hands of her own mother at a very young age. She ends up in an orphanage or something along those lines of foster care or something. And that, he was very upset. Chris Barefoot was very upset that this was brought up, but it was something that had been brought up at the very beginning. It's public record. Her mother is, I believe, on a registry, and look, she's a victim in that sense. It's horrible. I can't hold that against anybody. When you're a victim, you're a victim.
So let's build off of that. Don't leave this picture yet, and take a ton of screenshots of this particular positioning right here, because this is telling us a tremendous amount about this case, believe it or not. And this is from years of experience of sitting in that interview room and watching people. Okay. What she is doing is she is telling us in a roundabout way, I need help. Okay. I need to get, into a place where I can tell you what's going on. Okay. Because she is, you can see it in her, it's almost like, how when a couple's been together for, 30, 40 years, and you see this old couple, or even 50 years, and you see this wonderful, husband and wife walking down the street, they walk in tandem. Both step the same way. He's helping her along, and that's what's going on here. From an investigative aspect, I'm looking at this going, man, I've seen this before. Gary, what's happening in a psychological aspect on this thing?
Well, it's very interesting because what you're picking up on is a kind of perversion of the normal falling into sync that people do when they're happily involved. You can also see that in cult leaders and in domestic violence and things like that, where in an almost adaptive way, you're mimicking and kind of falling in line with the person because it's the easiest way to keep them happy and not have them be dangerous. I've always said that that kind of relationship is like a cult, in small form. All a cult is a large scale abusive relationship, right? Where the offender chooses to do it to multiple people at the same time instead of one partner. And let's face it, right? Now, we don't know if any of that's going on, but I think it is interesting that there do seem to become some kind of power dynamic. As another example, he laughed when having a recollection of the child, and then she did for the first time, had a kind of nervous chuckle, almost like, on reflex. And there is that kind of strange quality between them. But I can't help but feel that they look like two people that are acting. and one of them is kind of doesn't want to contradict the other, so have to look at each other for leads. It doesn't have the ring of truth. And you know what I'm saying, Chris? It doesn't feel like that moment in an Agatha Christie novel where, the detective comes out and explains everything. You go, oh, now it all makes sense. Thanks for clarifying. It feels more like we don't have it, like the story's not adding up. It doesn't make sense. It bothers me as a logical creature.
Okay, so, no clarification doesn't make sense to a logical thinking person. I couldn't agree more with that statement. So we didn't get very far into the interview until Chris McDoungh says, wait, hold on a second here. He goes, look at this mirroring behavior. Chris Proudfoot is very controlling. So we have Chris Proudfoot dictating the conversation. Katie is mirroring her husband and doing everything he does. So she does the one-track mind thing. She's looking down, and and he's on it, and they're in sync. But that dynamic, even though it may appear to be something that is endearing or even something that could be seen as a husband and wife, being on the same page, it's concerning in my opinion, especially when we think about it this way. So they're both making a point, right? And they're both looking down, hands out, and it's as if they're trying not to contradict each other, right? And I agree with that as well. So even though Katie was to tell this story, Chris takes over the conversation, right? And Chris McDoungh thinks that it may be Katie signaling for help, but he definitely says that we need to take these two and separate them. And I couldn't agree more. And I think many of us have said that, and many of us have thought that, right? Because they are so in sync. And then also it makes you wonder if Katie is experiencing fight, flight, freeze, or appease, right? In this instance, this mirroring behavior is Katie appeasing the controlling party in the scenario, the abuser, if you will. This is when this is when Chris McDoungh says we need to find out what abuse Katie Katie has experienced throughout her life, even in childhood. And then that's when Josh brings up that Frances, Katie's mother, is a registered SO, and she did lose Katie when she was young because of what was going on. Right, and here's that paperwork as well. Just the charges that she has, just so everybody knows. So, Chris equates this to an elderly couple that we might see that is married for 25, 50 years, walking in tandem. From an investigative standpoint, we might look at that and, think, okay, who's mirroring who, right? Who's matching the other person? Whoever is matching that other person would be the more submissive partner, in my opinion. And it seems like that's where he was kind of going with that, right? Because it looks kind of cute and harmless. But if we look at it from a standpoint of one person being ultra controlling and the other person following along, just so that way they can survive being with that person, then that puts us in a completely different headspace, in my opinion. Dr. Geary also says that it can be looked at as a perversion of something that seems to be normal in terms of falling in line. It's like, a cult mentality. And I agree with him when he says that a cult is on a larger scale, right? But you have the main abuser, and he's abusing all of these people collectively and brainwashing them and mind control, all of that kind of stuff. In an intimate partner setting, people will just fall in line, right? Just to make their abuser happy and to keep the peace. And it comes down to survival at that point, because that's why you're doing it, is so that way this person doesn't fly off the handle. They don't hurt you. They don't hurt the kids. A lot of times you think about that as well, right? Like, I would rather bear the brunt of this person's anger than have the children do it, right? So you put yourself in front of everything, you know, and you sit and take it. Christine says, it seems to me that Chris was skirting around the rules child protection agencies had enforced. And that very well could be, Christine. You know, like, I don't think he was supposed to be at the home, and I think he was. Cinderella says CP didn't think KP would choose him, in my opinion. Well, and you know, it had to have been a hard choice, right? I'm just kidding, Cinderella. But you know, I mean, he probably did think that way because of his bruised ego. Hey, Lori. Michelle says she seems submissive to his reactions to things and doesn't go to speak and rock the boat. So I'm going along with whatever is going on. Sure, right? Because they don't want to contradict themselves, because if they do, then it's going to really look bad. But just the mere fact that he won't let Katie tell her side of the story, and she was the only one there, is very concerning. And again, it shows the level of control that, you know, or the lack of self-control that Chris Proudfoot has, because he can't help himself. He has to get right in there and answer for Katie, right? Heaven forbid she answers herself, right? She was there. And Michelle, I agree. She says it screams toxic. It is. It's very toxic. And again, you know, anyone else might be like, oh, wow, they're on the same page, right? They know Sebastian really well, and so they're both doing this, right? But it does speak to pushing a narrative and staying on the same page, almost overdoing it, right? And then creates an even bigger side eye. Well, and Christine says she was programmed like we all were. I mean, a lot of times too, you know, especially growing up, and I know women, you know, and I'm sure men have to deal with this too, but just as a woman, you know, you're told to be sweet, be kind, you know, don't rock the boat, don't, you know, say how you really feel. And, you know, sometimes that can really cause people to stay in uncomfortable situations for far too long, right? Because you don't want to be impolite, and you don't want to make anybody upset, right? You don't want to upset your mother-in-law. You don't want to, you know, any of it, your husband, because, you know, he could haul off and smack you. Michelle says, so on the flip side, what if she stood in fear and saw it all and mentally shut down? You know, I thought about that too, but she would have had to have made her way back to the home at some point, and then we would have seen her coming back, right? So I do think that she was not involved in whatever transpired after the lights. That's the conclusion that I've come to. That doesn't mean I'm solid on it, of course, but that's what I would have to surmise from what I've seen on the lights video. Makes you look for the hints within her hand gestures and comments. Yeah, and I didn't even think about this being a mirroring situation, SI officer. I really didn't until, you know, Dr. Gary and Josh and Chris McDoungh were discussing this, and I'm thinking to myself, oh my gosh, that is so true, right? I mean, I've never thought of it like that. I just thought it was rehearsed, and so I thought that was just part of their little thing, and that's why they did that at the same time. But when you look back and you see, no, Chris is the one that does this right? And so does Katie. After he does it, she's doing that. So he definitely did take the conversation over, and then Katie was just simply mirroring what he was saying. Feels as though no place to turn because the family has ties to LE. I understand that, SI officer. Michelle says, reminds me of abused animal covers, but still wants to please their abuser, in my opinion. Yeah, and then that's what it is. It's that, you know, the stress response or the trauma response, right, would be to appease the person. So, you know, after everybody's gone, it's not you getting yelled at and told, oh, I can't believe you said that, you're dumb, or whatever they're going to say. I mean, it's going to be toxic, abusive, horrible, and they're going to blame everything on you. Even though they could have said something 10 times worse than you did, you're still going to be, the subject of ridicule if they don't think that interview went quite like they wanted it to. And, I hate to say it, but you are really, stuck between a rock and a hard place in that situation. There is no winning with the narcissist. There is no winning. And a lot of times you do have to do things to keep the peace. So, I appreciated them bringing that up. And, back then I probably would have said, yeah, maybe Katie is showing this as like a bat signal, right? But I don't think so now. No, I think that she was fully in on all of it, in terms of the planning it out and the getting Sebastian to whoever he ended up with. And of course I still have, my opinions there, but it is so evil, SI officer, and it's not about love. It's about power and control. And with an abuser, it's that coercive control, Let me go ahead and we'll play this next one.
And it also feels, what bothers me as I'm listening to this is that, I don't know how else to say it, it insults my intelligence. The story feels like somebody thinks you'd believe it, and it's ridiculous. It's up there with Koberger's stargazing. It's so ridiculous that I find myself going, what? There's a thud.
And Gary, that's an amazing thought process. And the only thing that wouldn't be in alignment, if she didn't have something in her hands, I think both of her thumbs would be up too.
Yeah, it's very interesting. But they are like, it's like two actors, it looks like.
Yeah, they're almost, their arms are aligned. Now, for the average person that's probably watching this and that will probably criticize me, going through there on some other crazy channel, that this is extremely important, whether they want to believe it or not. Okay? This is extremely important. As I said with Don Wells, when I first interviewed Don Wells, I said he will adapt and he will improvise and he will fill in the gaps. And here we are years later, and he has done exactly that. Right up to the point where he was investigated and he tried, getting around that. And he said, well, no, there were only 2 victims. Well, no, there were 3. And we said there were 3. And then he finally admitted, yeah, okay, well, yeah, but she doesn't count. Okay. This is the kind of situation where my fear is they've learned from Dawn on social media potentially, or other, situations where the child wasn't found. They're learning. They're gonna
Anybody have an alibi, Chris?
I don't know what.
Let me tell you. So this is what we know. Seth says that he was at work, and by all indications that is the truth, because he is a prison guard and he would be on camera. He was contacted by Chris to tell him that Sebastian had went missing after he got off of work. Chris also claims that he was 3 hours away working on a construction site in Memphis, Tennessee, which is about 3 hours or so. But then there's also this really weird 3-hour phone call apparently between these two, where they were talking on the phone. And if somebody in the chat could help me out from the time, I forget the times, where she started falling asleep on the phone. He tells her to go to bed, and then but there's a 3-hour phone conversation there, which so they say 9 to 12 these two were on the phone. Now, when I said that Chris may not know, this phone conversation, this 3-hour phone conversation, possibly would just put him smack dab in the middle of this too, even if he wasn't there. There's a phone conversation in 3 hours. Sebastian goes to bed at 9. She hears a thud. Then these two are talking on the phone. Because he's out of town. And not home, and he spends a lot of time out of town working. Okay, he has a camper and that sort of thing where he's just not home much. He allegedly wasn't home all weekend as well. Now I don't know.
This is extremely important what you're saying, because it means if there is a controlling dynamic here, and he's not there, then that implies that would have created a window of opportunity to do something that is out of the ordinary, or that he might not have approved of, or something like that. That's a very interesting piece of information, because that dynamic would have been like, a crack of light couldn't break out of it, it seems like. So now he's away and he's talking to her. What opportunity is created? The other thing is, and I want you to explain this because I'm worried the show's going to run out before you get to explain it, is that sometimes I appear on Court TV, and so I'm always monitoring what they have on and if I'm going to be asked to potentially go on. And even though I've been kind of avoiding this case, I do remember hearing the what's his name? The father of Sebastian,
Seth Rogers, yes,
say that the boy's mother, in his opinion, was responsible for this. And he told a story on Court TV that when Sebastian was 13, that he was sexually assaulted by an 8-year-old while in the care of his mother.
Other way around, but yes.
Why was 8 years old by a 13-year-old?
Correct.
Okay, because I'm going by my memory of this. Okay, so the idea is, and he said, if I remember this correctly, thank you for the correction, is that he felt that in some vague way, the mother must have had something to do with it, because in his mind she had that history of kind of not keeping an eye on him and whatever.
Yeah, and I would think that too, right? When Sebastian was in California and he was only 8, and there was an older boy who was 13 or around that age who had committed a SCX crime on Sebastian, right? So going back, this story insults all of our intelligence. I agree with Dr. Gary. I've always kind of felt quite insulted by some of, especially when I hear like the Duchess interview and Katie, fake crying. That was really, really bad. It's so ridiculous. And it does make you go, what is this? What am I watching? And how are these people not in jail? They do act like two actors. They are very performative, in my opinion. And then I, thought it was so strange. And I've never watched this interview or this panel before, but the panel guest, Chris McDoungh, says they must have learned this from Don, right? They must have been watching the Wells case. And, I couldn't agree more, because a lot of the same things that they're wanting us to believe actually happened in the Wells case. And then also we have the TBI who is heading up the investigation. So again, no bueno when, Summer's been missing 4 years? Really messed up. So, definitely feels like Don Wells, the improv, the filling in the gaps. And, when Chris asked Don about his 3 victims, he told Chris that the one victim didn't count. And that just goes to show how maniacal, how diabolical, and how disgusting some of these people think of their actions, because it doesn't really make a shit to them because it didn't happen to them, right? So, and I believe that he was referring to the 3 victims that Don himself performed SCX crimes on, right? And then we go into CP's alibi, right? He's 3 hours away in Memphis at the St. Jude Project, allegedly. But there's this 3-hour phone call between Chris and Katie, which turned out to be, I think, more of like a 2.5-hour call. But nevertheless, he would probably have that guilty knowledge being on the phone with Katie, even at that 10 o'clock time when the thud was heard and she was on the phone with Chris at that time. You know, Seth was in the prison, right, working as a guard. He was on camera. You know, he was also seen clocking in and clocking out of the garage. So what opportunity was created here? And I think, you know, we can safely say that Katie had a lot of time from the time they even got home from the Texas Roadhouse, if we don't believe her story, right? So say they made it home at 7 o'clock from the Texas Roadhouse. That's 2 more hours of opportunity, in my opinion. And so it's really important to not forget that, you know, we might not take everything Katie says as truth because she's been dishonest. It is very sad, Michelle. He would bring it up, the inner serial killer. Yeah, I mean, it is. It's to that level of frustration at this point. You know, I actually have to hold myself back a lot of the times because it's so very frustrating. And then, you know, just the fact that you think I'm that stupid is also super frustrating. And I'm sure you all feel that way too, you know, and then he gets angry with us if we don't believe what they're saying, you know? Imagine if she did know that they would get away with it. She knows certainly they are going to be caught. She should talk. Well, and I believe Katie's lawyered up since last year sometime at the end of the year, around maybe October, allegedly, you know. Yeah, Christine absolutely says SI officer to FBI and Marshals, Protective Services, etc. And Michelle says, unfortunately, my family was riddled with these kind of people, fights all the time, and you learn to look for signs at a very early age. Yeah, Michelle, and I agree, and I understand that, and I appreciate you sharing that, because you recognize these things, right, really easily, especially when you have that trauma response, and you're like, oh, this is that bad feeling that I used to have, right, around this person or when this event happened. So absolutely, you know. That's true, Christine. You got to save a soul if you can. SI officer says it's so very disturbing how many disregard life as a human soul, and especially a child. It's sick. Well, absolutely, and especially a mother of a child. Like I said, I would never want to believe any of these things if it wasn't just smacking me in the face every day. You know, and if these experts, you know, wouldn't chime in, I wouldn't have even thought about some of these very important little nuances that we're seeing. Michelle says, but then KP also would have motive to please hubby and opportunity as well. She certainly would. She certainly would. And, you know, just because I don't think that whatever transpired happened in the home, that doesn't mean that it didn't, you know, because we can't really tell whoever's being carried out, in my opinion, if they are, you know, knocked out from a sedative or if they're no longer, you know, with us, which would be the worst, option. Hey, Kaz 1888. If Chris was 3 hours away, why wouldn't she phone Seth's emergency number since he was a lot closer? They knew what they were doing, or they were going to do when they were on the phone call, in my opinion. You know, I agree with that, Kaz. And, you know, we were kind of talking about that earlier. You know, I mean, my first thought would be to call my daughter's father other than, you know, my husband at the time, especially if he was 3 hours away, like you said. I mean, because what is he supposed to do, right? But I would automatically think that maybe my son went to go see his dad, you know, and hey, is he with you, or did he make it over to your house, or, you know, what's going on? His cell phone's here, his shoes are here. Like, I would be frantic again, and I wouldn't even care, you know, whether I liked my ex-husband or not. This is about the, you know, our son, the kid who's missing, right? Yeah, I've been here before. I told you, base everything on facts. Yeah, Christine. And it's very difficult, right? Because we can, you know, even considering like, oh boys, Chris has had how many wives and how old is he? And, he's obviously not somebody that, plays well with others. But, that doesn't mean he is someone who would take the life of a child, right? I mean, just playing devil's advocate. Christine says you're smart people, so let's build a real investigation. Yeah, and I think that we probably could get it down to a good timeline. I think we could, as long as we just kind of focus on just even the facts. And I guess that would put us at a 7 o'clock, time home. But then again, even Seth himself was curious to know if Sebastian even made it home, and that worries me too, because again, Katie needs to come forward and be like, here's the audio from, the night, and you can hear us coming into the garage. And that would really put that to rest, right? Because then there would be no denying it. Because I understand that there's a lot of people that don't want to hear facts, and they'd rather be like, well, she's guilty, but I mean, if I had that, I would at least be like, okay, there we go. He made it home from the Texas Roadhouse. Whew, good thing, but I can't say heads or tails of that. I wish I could. Okay, guys. So I have this very last clip for you guys. So here we go.
Now, Chris, wouldn't you agree that if you had a child that had that happen to him, you would be exaggeratedly sensitive to every little noise and every little concern and every little thing? It doesn't jive, right? In that it gets my Judge Judy, my internal Judge Judy going, where, she goes like, it doesn't make sense. It's not true. Well, it doesn't make any sense. What do you think about that point, Chris, now that we've mentioned that little tidbit?
Well, this goes back to that thought, that we were just talking about we want to go back into her history and find out what the totality of that is. And if there was an event that is as drastic as that,
yeah,
then you would expect this other side of her to come out that is much more protective than anything you've ever seen. I mean, we all know what, if a child gets, molested or injured or whatever, and that victim is going through this, healing, which will never heal, because that will be with that child for the rest of their life. But I've noticed the mothers become, there's a terminology of, helicopter parent for a reason. That parent then is hyperactive at every sport event, every public event, every church event, every event. Moms are looking over like, where's my cub? Where's my cub?
Absolutely. It doesn't jive, Chris.
Yeah, right, Gary. And
yeah.
And the fact that she says at 10 o'clock, I hear a thud. Is that what you called it, Josh? Thud?
Yes, thud.
Okay. And she's on the phone. Is she on the phone when she hears this thud?
Yes. I mean, she doesn't say that from what I know, but she heard it during the time that she would have been on the phone. Yes.
Okay. And what happens when she hears the thud?
She just tells him to go back to bed or knock it off, go to bed.
Like calls upstairs or something?
Or wherever he was. Yeah. Or across the house or whatever. Yes.
Okay. But she doesn't get up to investigate the thud.
No.
Okay. All right.
And
I'm
she
just going to categorize that.
She has her own history of being taken advantage
abused.
of.
Yes, correct.
Chris, that also is odd. You know what I mean? You would think you'd be exaggeratedly sensitive. I mean, unless she's like completely dissociated or something, but which can happen. But it's all very odd. The other thing that I don't understand is, are they sure that it was a 13-year-old that abused him? That wasn't a cover story for someone else abusing him?
I don't know. I mean, it seemed like they kind of all agreed on the circumstances, but that the disagreement was that he didn't receive the proper care and treatment after it happened, and that he wasn't seeing the right psychologist, I guess, or type of psychologist.
Chris, don't you think that's an interesting question?
I'm just going to put another flag on it.
Yeah,
And-
another
and-
pin in it. Yeah.
Yeah, another pin. And I don't know how many we got yet, but Josh, is this the video you told me about where he went off?
No.
We watched this one before. Have I watched this one?
Yeah, we watched this one before. This is their very first interview that they did. By the way, Dr. Gary, this is 9 days after Sebastian is missing, their first sit down public plea.
That's
You make anything of that?
No, I just think it's very interesting. I mean, the other thing I would definitely want to know about is if they're in this state of horror, being afraid about this child. Typically, what happens with parents like that is they don't leave the house. They don't function. They don't. Did they do things that were suspicious for people that were supposedly overwhelmed emotionally? Like, did they go on a cruise or not hang around during the searches or do anything like that? It was a little inconsistent with being in a state of terror.
Well, let's finish listening to this, and then you stop me when you want. Also, I want to get to the.
I'm going to take that for a yes.
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, good. All right.
And he is just on it, and he is all about it.
But I mean, he's very smart.
He
can play chess. He can beat adults in chess.
Wow.
So
he loves playing games.
What about navigation? Did he have a sense of direction? Do you think he could have possibly even hitched a ride or gotten a ride on a bus or some sort of transportation?
that is a speculation that we don't have an answer for. Just
I mean-
directionally, he knows he could guide you from our house to his dad's house.
Yeah.
He could get this house. I think he can make it up to Culver's ice cream.
He can go to Culver's.
Oh, that boy loves
He
a
knows
malt.
where Culver's is because Culver's has malt. He loves malt, extra malt.
Okay, so then we get into extra malts. But, CP doesn't want to speculate. That's a huge red flag, right? Because most people would be speculating what happened to my son, right? What happened to my stepson? Same with Katie. I mean, it's like, but they refuse to speculate. So I thought this was a good clip to end with tonight, just because Dr. Gary, being not as versed in the case, has concluded that this just doesn't jive, right? It doesn't make sense, so it's not true. Another really interesting point that Chris brings up is that there's no hypervigilance from Katie that we can see. She's not a helicopter parent that you would expect to see after a traumatic event that Sebastian went through, and given her history as well, it just doesn't make sense. She should be overprotective, but she seems to be underprotective. She doesn't seem to have any kind of regard for Sebastian. And usually when things happen like this, it's like Chris was saying, where's my cub, right? Because my cub was hurt before, and I got to make sure that that never happens to him again, ever again, because you never heal from that type of trauma. Most trauma you don't heal from, right? That's why we have things like PTSD, complex PTSD, because it can be layered trauma on top of trauma. You can be abused as a child and then in turn get into abusive situations and not even know it, right? Because we accept the love that we think we deserve. And, Chris being on the phone with Katie during the thud, when the thud occurs, Katie was very adamant in telling, Heather Cohen, and then fighting with Chris and saying, no, this is what I said. I don't care what you're doing. You need to go to sleep, right? And she was very adamant about that. But then she changes her whole tune with Nancy Grace. Bubba, did you fall out of the bed? And he actually answers back, no, ma'am. I don't believe that for a second. She never went to investigate the thud. It's very strange with KP's history that she's not hypersensitive unless she's dissociating, right? Which can be also the other end of a trauma response, right? So you have someone who is hypervigilant, who's hypersensitive, or you have someone who just dissociates and that's how they cope with it, right? But it's not a healthy way of coping with it. And some may argue that helicopter parenting isn't the proper way to handle it either. Good night, SI officer. Thank you for being here. Oh, she says no sleep that night, in my opinion. I'm sorry. I thought you said I'm going to sleep. No sleep that night, in my opinion, either. And then we wonder about the iWatch, and now we hear this, new development that there could have been some activity that isn't, that shows that Katie wasn't sleeping, because she wouldn't have an elevated heart rate while she's sleeping. It would, be in a resting state, right? KP is not worried about getting the proper help for Sebastian. As a matter of fact, quite the contrary. And Seth was upset with the way that it was handled. And he also thought that Sebastian needed proper therapies that he wasn't receiving. And it seemed like a point of contention, in my opinion. And, then being very intuitive, you hear Dr. Gary start asking some questions, right? Like, and basically it was all of the above, right? High stress responses. They went on vacation, not sticking around at the home, just very odd behaviors that are being exhibited by these parents who say, well, we don't know what happened to our son, right? Very odd. That's the stuff that really makes me sick, Kaz. Yeah. Unfortunately, she thinks more of Chris than the kid she gave birth to, in my opinion. It seems that way, Kaz. It seems that way. Even if Katie was in that state mentally and Chris was 3 hours away, I'd be getting in my car and driving 3 hours away. Yes, I agree. And it doesn't seem like there are... I just really don't think that there is anything pointing to Chris or Katie having no knowledge of what happened to Sebastian. And there's nothing to point to him leaving on his own either. And so that just leaves us with a few options, in my opinion. Michelle says it used to be said you could call it. I called it home. Sadly, reality for many people. Well, and it's unfortunate that Sebastian wasn't safe in his own environment. Chris had stated that he came into Sebastian's life when he was 7 or 8, right? So it must have been more like 7, because this occurred in California when he was 8. And, I have to agree with what Seth said. He invaded Sebastian's life and he turned it into a living hell, in my opinion. SI officer, I feel that way too. He was an outcast in his own home. So sad. Yeah, he felt out of place there, right? Because they made him feel that way. It wasn't something that he was just feeling that way because, he's an emotional teenager and, they don't feel wanted anywhere. And maybe he's trying to, find his place in the world. No, it wasn't that. Absolutely. Yeah, be kind, guys. Thanks, Sammy. Yeah, please take some care in the adjectives, and because and I'm sorry if I missed something, guys, but yeah, just be kind, because again, we're dealing with circumstances that are very delicate in everything that we're speaking of, right? Because I want to be respectful to Sebastian as well. I just think that it's important for us to gather as much information together. That way we can get a good timeline of events, right? Because even when Seth was in here earlier, he says, I wish I had a time machine to go back a little bit further than that, right? Because what happened in California was not right. And in my opinion, there's no reason that Sebastian should have had to stay in that household. just think about how he, what he was feeling and how he must have, what he must have been going through and dealing with, right? Especially if his mother is not protecting him and is not keen to his needs or what he has to go through to heal a little bit, right? You never fully heal from it, but there's definitely things that you can do to understand, like, it's not your fault. You did nothing wrong, things like that. So, hey, Shirley, something to think about. What if? Yeah. And I mean, as I said, I don't like to do the shoulda, woulda, couldas, but I understand. I understand where, as a parent, you would go back to that time and think, boy, I wish I could have done, this because, what I know now. And again, most of the time we don't want to think that the other parent has any ill intentions towards our children, right? We would like to think that, we're the ones that love them the most. So, you wouldn't want to think that the person who gave birth to them would want ill for them or would be deliberately hindering their healing process. But, that could look quite differently now that Sebastian's been missing for over a year and a half, and so, it's just something to consider. But we're definitely going to get more into this tomorrow. Really great commentary. And I think that, it's important to look at every angle and not do what law enforcement did and have tunnel vision, right? Because that's not helpful. I also think that we can talk about certain subjects that are more sensitive and have respect and understand that, again, when something happens to somebody, it's not their fault. And sometimes it runs so deep and it happens when you're so young that it doesn't really, and if you wait your whole life to get help, it's going to take an equal amount of time, right, to find that healing. So I think that it's definitely something to consider. And we don't know if there was any help given to Katie, honestly. And again, that's not her fault. But when we look at it and the dynamic, I do feel disappointed in the way that Katie didn't react like, where's my cub? Where's my cub? He can't be hurt again. I need to protect him, because the lack of that instinct shows me that there was a lack of care towards Sebastian. The fact that Katie allowed for the thud and didn't go check is another big red flag for me, So, I really appreciate, everybody being here and, letting me know how you feel about this. And we're going to get back into it tomorrow with the rest of Dr. Gary, Josh from the lab, and Chris McDoungh. And I hope that, some of this put into perspective is good. Oh yeah, don't say anything. Oh gosh, please guys, no racist comments, homophobic, none of that. We are not that here. Anything. Yeah, do not. And mods, go ahead and feel free to, erase and block and put them in timeout if they can't, or if it's too bad, let's block, because there's really no need to do that, especially as smart as everybody is in here. We can use our words and, we can discuss things openly without name calling, and I know sometimes I swear and, and that sort of thing, but just be respectful, because it's sensitive subjects. And if it's something that we've been, I know some people have gone through that. And if you've ever gone through that, it's extremely painful. It can be very shameful. And it shouldn't be that way, but that's part of what comes along with the territory when you've been hurt the way that some of these people have been, or that some of us have been. And so just, and if you've never experienced that, then consider yourself lucky. But yeah, and again, we are going to get into these dynamics only because of where we're at in the case. And I think it's important to consider every aspect, every rabbit hole at this point, even going back to the beginning. And that's why I really wanted to do this with the experts and Josh from the lab, because I think that they did a really great job of being respectful themselves, but then also bringing in a fresh perspective. So, please consider that while you watch and when you comment. And I love you all so much. And I really appreciate you all being here with me and talking about these tough subjects, because I know it's not easy. Let's all say prayers for Sebastian. Let's make the phone calls, send the flyers to friends and family, whoever you wish, and ask them to, send them out to 10 other people as well. And let's spread awareness for Sebastian. Flyers, paper flyers are also a wonderful way to do that. And, let's see if we can't find Sebastian. Thanks, Lucy. Thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate you all. And thank you, Sammy. Thank you so much for keeping order in the chat here, because it's really important that we don't shame anybody, guys, because life is hard enough, without making each other feel bad about circumstances that we cannot control. Casey Taylor. But you all have a wonderful night, and I will see, or wonderful morning now. I've been talking for 5 hours. And you all take care, stay safe out there, and, hug your kids.